because you got somebody you can call on. Ashe, the energy is in here. Maybe so much. I always know what it is because you know your tongue can cut. Watch what you say to your son ever. Ashe. And then you want to call us up to come in and play the damn cops. Walk in the house and dance. It's a beast. There's going to be some vampires in there. Like, damn. They look like people, don't they? You think they human. Ready to give up. Everybody was there. Cousins, grandpa with a cane. I said, damn. Y'all want to fight the man just because he want to see a scene? Whether the door locked or not. You think my psychology always going to work? Hell no. Some brothers are straight third. I don't want to hear that. You got 3 master's degree. You ain't my master. Damn. Doctor Who. I ain't never seen you on Oprah. Stop laughing. Up under your skirt and never get that masculine structure. He might start wanting to wear one. He will fix himself. I'm healthy as a mother. We ain't gonna talk about that. I don't even want to shake her left. But she can't. Because you'll get a restraining order. Guilty as hell. And if you think that she's not even cute. Hey, why you playing with your meat, son? I can't do that. But I can't come out and tell her that. And she become the biggest buck wild at Morgan. Yeah, and a few other people. My God, there's nothing worse than going in front of a white man and say, can I see my daughter? And one time the judge looked at me and said, wait a minute, I know your face. I said, oh, shit. He was on YouTube. Judge knew who I was, but I was able to get out of it. Because he would have never gave me my baby. I know what I'm talking about. When I'm done, they don't want sex no more. Homo, hetero, nothing. Every time I wanted a cookie, I saw a herpes. Damn! Damn! And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen, you can't expect the cops to fix this, because they started it. But I want to be clear, and I know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep for good, for good, for good.
All right, Cookie Crush Chat. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. We're going to have a short show today. We're going to get right on into the video with Umar being interviewed by Father David. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Cookie Crush Chat's Undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. And no, seriously, we're going to have a quick show. It's not quick, but we're going to get right on into it. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. There is a poll question, so make sure you get your vote in for the poll at some point during this live stream. And if at any point in this live stream you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit that like button. That'll help to get into the algorithm. Our goal is always 500. These days we've been going way over that. The poll question is, when will Umar Johnson go back online and beg for money? We have 437 votes so far. 31% said today that he's going to do it. 23% said on Friday he's going to do it. 8% said Saturday. And then 38% said sometime next week. And so if you guys don't know, Umar, he has not been online to beg in quite some time. All of this comes out of the shenanigans, the Umar Johnson shenanigans. And the money situation with the bank account allegedly being frozen, and then it disappeared, and then it was frozen, and then it was unfrozen, but then the money was transferred over to another account. And I hacked his bank account somehow, and Lene hacked his bank account. And then he said he was going to have to go after the bank because the bank was tripping and they were doing some shady stuff too. The list, it just goes on and on and on. Then it's the city of Wilmington and all that thing, what they were going to sell the buildings at auction, and they were trying to sabotage Umar. And now it's the city officials in Wilmington, and he needs to rally and he wants to march and he needs money. Well, a lot of people, they ain't hearing all that anymore because they know that he's lying about everything. Umar's a pathological liar. And so what has happened is that at this point, Umar can't even get online on his Instagram page and go live without his own followers going in on him. That's deep. Some of them, they saying stuff that I was saying years ago. Sometimes it takes a little longer to figure it out, but with all these shenanigans, there's a whole bunch more too. The thing that what's been consistent in all of this is Umar throughout this, he's begging. Remember, he needed a legal fund. He was going to try to raise money that way to get money so he can go after me and Lene. He hadn't said anything about that. Remember the vandalism? He said he needed to go back and look at the video footage. That was all of that is a ploy to try to get money out of people. People are tired of it. A lot of people are tired of it. Well, what is the thing that is consistent in all of this? Well, number one is Umar. And number two, there's always some drama with Umar. Have you guys noticed that? Hit the one. See, at the age of 50, he's 51. At the age of 51, he should have in his life some level of peace, because you have, in some cases, you have to work up to peace. You guys understand what I'm saying? Not everyone is born into a situation where it's peace. There may be all types of chaos and drama, and you guys know what I'm talking about. And in some cases, you got to work on yourself to get to a place of peace. But why is it that with Umar, it's always some drama going on? Can we, before we get into the video, can we quickly question that? Can we put together a list? Because Umar, he blames other people. It's always someone else's fault, and it's always some drama. Let's put together a quick list of over the years. I mean, it's really over the decades. Umar, excuse after excuse, why this has happened. It's always someone else's fault. Let's put together a list. I'm going to throw in the conscious stripper. Y'all remember that one? Let's throw Lene in there too. Okay, we'll put Lene in there too, because that's another. I remember the white lawyer. He said to the white lawyer with FDMG that he had tried to sabotage. Okay, then he come up with this story because people were saying, "Well, why did you get a white lawyer?" Then he says, "Well, because I had a black lawyer, but the black lawyer, he was too busy, so he recommended the white lawyer, and the white lawyer didn't tell us that we had to pay these taxes." It's always something with this guy. It was my fault. Vandalism. Yeah, you're here to sabotage the contributions. Okay. The struggle streamers. That's another one. The struggle streamers. It's always someone. It's Lord Jamar. It's Tariq Nasheed. It's SETI. It's the HVACer. It's the electricians that stole, I don't know what they stole out of the building. He said they stole something. Brother Jose is another one. It's always somebody with this guy. The FBI. No, I'm just, someone said, am I catching the cold? No, I'm just tired. That's all. I am. I'm really tired. I might take off from work tomorrow. I was thinking about it. The FBI, Roland Martin is another one. Okay. Yeah, Brother Jose, not enough money. It's the donors in some cases. He blames the donors. Miguel Jackson. He never said it's Miguel Jackson. LenonHonor, it's the Smurfs' fault. Yeah, it's everybody else's fault except Umar. You're talking about Anaya. We call her Zora, lovingly, affectionately. We call her Zora. Yeah, that's another one. The city of Wilmington. Okay, and we can go on and on and on. The bunny hoppers. We can. No, he didn't say Aiden's. He had an Aiden store, but he didn't. The NBA. Yep, Tasha K. Yep, that's another one. Are you guys seeing a pattern here? It's just over and over with this guy. And so the reason I'm bringing this up now is because with everything, the conscious stripper is another one. Yep, the bank. Yep. The snow bunnies. Yeah. The disgruntled bunny hoppers. He used to say that it was the LGBT back in the day until they got on him. And then he stopped. He piped down after that. His father. which his father should never, I've told people adamantly, his father should never come out online and speak out against his son. That should have never happened, especially given the fact that he was a deadbeat himself. You don't come in on the back end to chastise your child when you weren't present to raise a child up in the first place, and then you're going to go on the internet to do it? No. What's up, Ruben? You better. Do you blame Jurgens Lotion? All right. Okay. So again, we can go on. We can actually go on with this. Zaza Ali. He had some beef with Zaza Ali, the evil vegan. Now the witch. Who's the witch too, by the way? Now he's calling his sister a witch, and that's why I'm bringing all this up right now, because it's always something. Whether that is dealing with Umar with his fake school, or within his personal life. It's just that his personal life stuff, really, I mean, it's been out there, especially Conscious Stripper, but this year in particular, this was the big revelation with his daughter coming out and exposing him as a deadbeat. Lene coming out to talk about, and then this ties to Umar's mother and his mother's living conditions. Umar's in a very difficult position right now, for many different reasons, but a lot of it has take a look at. I'm sorry, my thing keeps cutting out. Let me know if I'm still live streaming, everybody. Yeah, I don't think we got good bandwidth today for some reason. You're freezing. Am I still frozen? Let me see. Am I still frozen? Yeah, they're saying that it's lagging. Yeah, give me one moment. Someone said sabotage. Okay, we're still going. Okay, yeah, if we have problems, I'll just keep going. Okay, we're going to get through this video in just a moment. Let me read this to you guys. This is what Umar posted today. Just another example. And really, he shouldn't have all this business out here like this, but I don't think he has much of a choice at this point because the chickens have come home to roost. Let me read this to you. Of course, he puts an old picture of himself when he was much younger. Okay, this is also part of the manipulation here. And it says, when my mother was hospitalized in 2018, no one told me. I had to find out by accident. Well, that means that you weren't present enough in your mother's life to know that she was hospitalized. Hit the one. How do you not know? If you care about your mother, you love your mother so much, and she's your quote unquote best friend, how is it that you didn't know that she was in the hospital? That just came to mind just now. Umar said that his mama was his only friend in 2019, but you mean to tell me in 2018 you didn't even know that she was in the hospital? Something to think about. See, critical thinking? When my mother was hospitalized in 2018, no one told me. I had to find out by accident because I went away to high school and college. It does. Let's go. Hold on. He's saying 2018, right? Let's go to 2018 on matter of fact, let me do a screen share just to show you how much of a liar this guy is already. He coming out the box line. Real talk. Here's the timeline right here. You see how he says that she was hospitalized in 2018, right? Okay. Well, let's go look on 2018. Why is he bringing let's look here. Let's go back. Umar is born in 1974. He goes to preschool at Harp Ramp at the age of 4, 1978. He goes to Duckery in 1979. He's in first grade in 1980. He goes to North Carolina in and around 1981. He's at third grade in North Carolina. Let's follow this. 1982 at 8 years old. Philadelphia, fourth grade at Meade Elementary, fifth grade at Meade, sixth grade at Meade, seventh grade at Meade. And then in the eighth grade, he goes to the Scotland School for Veterans Children. That was in 1987. Now let's go back. When my mother was hospitalized in 2018, no one told me. I had to find out by accident because I went away to high school. You went away to high school, right? In 2018, let's look at what the record shows. Umar, he gets into high school. What is this? He goes to Scotland School for Veterans Children in 1987, 1988, 1989, 1990, And then 1991, he graduates from Millersville University. He goes to college at Millersville University at the age of 18 in 1992. Are you guys following me on this? Let's go back. He says, when my mother was hospitalized in 2018, no one told me. I had to find out by accident because I went away to high school. This guy lies so much, it's ridiculous. Hit the one. He said 2018. He's already out of high school by 1992. What is it? It's about 16 years missing here, Umar. You need to cut it out, homeboy. Cut it out. Because you went away to college? Let's keep going with this. 1992, he starts at Millersville University. He graduates from Millersville University in 1997. He went away to high school and college, right? He starts graduate school at Millersville in 1998 at the age of 24. He graduates from Millersville University in 2000 at the age of 26. He gets a psychology certification and becomes an IFA devotee in 2001 at the age of 27. He's put on child support for his first baby mama in 2002. In 2005, he conceptualized FDMG. It's really 2004, but I give him the benefit of the doubt. He was talking about the Umar's Boy Scout program. He leaves the UNIA and he leaves Islam in 2005 at the age of 31. He starts allegedly, because this is where it gets shaky. He starts at PCOM in 2004. He pursues a master's of science. He graduates from PCOM with the master's of science in 2008. And in that same year, he graduates from Lehigh University with the master's of education in educational leadership. Remember, he said because he went off to college, or because he had gone off to high school and college back in 2008. We're not even close to 2008 yet. What are you talking about? And then he doesn't get his doctorate degree, even though he was saying that he had his doctorate degree back in 2007. He was misrepresenting himself as a doctor in 2007. He actually doesn't get his PsyD until 2012. So, Umar, if you get your degree in 2012, that means that you had already been through high school and already been through all of your higher education 6 years prior to your mother being hospitalized. So why is it that you're saying here, when my mother was hospitalized in 2018, no one told me? I had to find out by accident because I went away to high school and college. I was always considered the outsider. It has nothing to do with you going off to high school. It has nothing to do with you going off to college. There's no point in even putting that in there. See, this is Umar's way of trying to explain why it is that he wasn't present in his mama's life, even though he ultimately becomes, and he wasn't aware of his mother's situation because somehow he was an outcast. Well, I thought you said that your mama was your best friend. He said that in 2019. He said that he only has one friend. It was in February of 2019 when he said that it was his mama. Well, if that's the case, why is it that you did not know that she was hospitalized in 2018? He says, I was always considered the outsider, the black sheep, only being called on when they needed money or for lawyers. Okay, now this is when we're getting into him taking shots at his family members. He's something else. Down payments for homes. What are you talking about, Umar? In 2018, you had your own place in 2018, but by the end of 2019, you were homeless. And where do you get all of this money in 2018 to help people with down payments? You're telling on yourself, actually, for down payments for other people's homes. You didn't have a job at that time. Well, that's donation money. There you go. There you go. But I told people that I had a sense that they tolerated Umar enough because he was a cash cow. I said that, what was it, this week or last week? Didn't I say that? Money for lawyers. Okay, this is for him talking about how they're criminal. That's what he's doing here. He's taking shots. Only being called on when they needed money for lawyers, down payment for homes, money to get by, etc. The two caregivers in place at the time were affiliated with both of my mother's daughters. Okay, we know this from Umar Johnson's nephew who talked about this. You guys remember that? The daughter of one and the friend of another. She was hospitalized because you two were not properly supervising the people you chose for your mother's care. Y'all use my mother as a hustle for the home health care money. I'm going to tell you guys something. This is what Umar normally does. What he does is he projects. He's really talking about himself, but because he's the victim in all of this, he puts it on someone else. In this case, his siblings and the siblings' daughter. She was hospitalized because you two were not properly supervising the people who you chose for your mother's care. Isn't that what Umar's been doing? Y'all use my mother as a hustle for the home health care money. Well, that's what Umar's been doing because he's in control of all of that, and didn't even see to it that she was cared for properly. No, well, Umar's the one that has not, and he hasn't been making sure that she's taken care of properly. And in fact, Lene, she exposed all of that. And then he says, thank God that case manager came when she did. My mother may not even be here today. Once discharged, I took over as the only one who wasn't trying to benefit financially from my mother. And this is an absolute lie. Umar has absolutely benefited financially off of his mother. She provides him, because she has Section 8 housing. She provides Umar with a place to stay. Furthermore, Lene spoke about how Umar told her that he's benefiting financially off of his mother. So this is what I mean by the projection. He wants to project this onto other people, but he's really talking about himself. It reminds me of when Umar was talking about like the 5 types of men to avoid or something to that effect. And he gives these 5 types, these, I guess, archetypes. One is the baby mama creator. Well, he's the baby mama creator. Another one is the financial exploiter, like he calls it the pimp. Well, that's Umar. He's financially exploits Black women. He financially exploits his own mama. Damn. He said the couch potato, that's the one who sits around and he watches TV and movies. Well, that's Umar. He likes to sit around and lay inside motel rooms watching movies, at his mama's house watching movies. He's talking about himself. He also said that one of the characters was the professional, and that's the person who misrepresents their credentials and misrepresents their accomplishments professionally. Well, that's Umar 110%. Okay, so the point is that this is what Umar is doing here. He's projecting. It goes on to say, as the only one who wasn't trying to benefit financially from my mother, I could finally ensure she was taken care of properly. Several siblings requested to be the caregiver to get paid, and I refused, declaring that not another relative would benefit themselves from my mother's disability. They hated me for that decision, vowing to get revenge. Okay. What's interesting about this, I think, is how Umar, he said he was telling people before that no one wanted to step up to take care of his mother, but right here he's saying that several siblings requested to be the caregiver to get paid, and I refused. So they did want to help out. Hit the one. Mm-hmm. It goes on to say, for the record, I never elected to be a paid caregiver. I've never received a penny in my mother's name. I highly doubt that. He is in control of her finances. I'm here to care for my mother and not to financially exploit her. No, see, because we've been talking about it, and Lene is the one that busted it all out the box, and more people are talking about it. That's why Umar, this is damage control on his part. See, and he's not going to provide any receipt to back any of this up. But this is his way of kind of clearing this out, right? And some of his followers are going to believe it. But the truth of the matter is that mostly what he's doing here is he's lying, but he's also projecting. For the record, I never elected to be a paid caregiver. I've never received a penny in my mother's name. I'm here to care for my mother, but he's traveling all over the world and has been consistently for the last since he started taking care of his mother, what, 7.5 years ago, according to him. But it's not until more recently that he has to shut his schedule down to give the appearance that, yeah, I'm taking care of my mama, you see? And not to financially exploit her. He's saying the same thing again, okay? You can tell the lie twice, but it doesn't mean that it's true. About 1 week post-discharge, a knock at the door around 11 p.m. revealed it was the police. 2 or 3 officers in the eldest. What is he saying here? He's saying discharge. Is he saying that the mother was recently admitted to the hospital? Is that what he said? Or is he talking about in the past? I thought he was talking about in the past. I don't know. Anyone let me know in the chat what you think. He says, I'm here to care for my mother and not to financially exploit her. About 1 week post-discharge, a knock at the door around 11 p.m. revealed, I think he's talking about in the past here, revealed it was the police. 2 or 3 officers and the eldest child daughter, herefore known as the witch. And here we go again. The witch, Smurf, baby Smurf, mama Smurf, grandmama Smurf, grandpapa Smurf, the evil vegan. You see this? This guy, he's something else. So juvenile. I invited them inside. They said they received a complaint that I was starving, abusing, kidnapped my mother. They said that the witch wanted to spend time with her mother, to which I said, no problem. Just give me. See, I think he meant to say, give me a date and time. They turned to the witch and asked, which day did she prefer? And without answering the police, she turned and left the home. This doesn't make any sense to me. The story that he's telling doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The police were confused, so I explained to them that when the hospital called the witch last week to invite her for discharge planning as the eldest sibling, she blatantly refused. And according to the hospital social worker, she said she wanted nothing to do with the situation at all. I told the police that the witch wants me removed from my mother's care so that her biological father. So I think it's a narrative from the past that he's talking about here. And I kind of get that idea based upon what his nephew was saying when I interviewed him, Umar's nephew. Father can return to continue his exploitation of my mother. So her biological father can return to continue his exploitation of my mother's resources. His mother's resources. So who's in control of it now? Who's exploiting it now? Who's been exploiting it and been in control of it for the last 7.5 years? Umar. It's a damn shame. Not only is he exploiting black people with this fake school scam, FDMG school scam, with the St. Paul school scam, the Wilmington school scam, et cetera, but also with the shockumentary and the Rules of Romance book and all this other stuff. He's also exploiting his own mother's resources and has been for at least 7.5 years, according to him. He's been dealing with the primary caretaker for 7.5 years. If that can't happen, then the witch prefers that mom be institutionalized so she doesn't get the care she needs and would soon expire. What? This is Umar. Why would you say something like this? This woman is a demon. See, this is Umar. He's projecting. Umar is the demon. He's the devil. In fact, his mother refers to him as the devil. And then look what he says, a she-devil of the highest rank. He's talking about himself and will stop at nothing to see her mother destroyed. Man, Umar, he's something. He's sick. He's so sick. I'm talking about up here. He's sick. See, his sister needs to come forward. And when you're ready, you're welcome here on this platform. She should come forward and tell the truth, because obviously Umar, he's a pathological liar. And see, this ties back, before we get to the video, this ties back to what I was saying, that everything that Umar is experiencing right now is a result of his decisions. And if we look at all of the drama that has come up with Umar over these many decades, in point of fact, we can look at the UNI. I forgot to mention that one, his resignation letter, going back to 2005. If you look at everything, the common denominator is Umar. And so even today, what Umar posted, which we just reviewed, even today, it exhibits this truth. And what Umar tends to do, he burns his bridges. He creates all of this drama. He lives in negativity. Everything is always someone else's fault. And then as he explains why it's everyone else's fault, he paints these false narratives, and that's when he gets into the pathological lying. And that's why Umar is known for being a pathological liar. And now here he is. He's taking shot at his family members. He's taking shot at his eldest sister. I would encourage her to come forward and share the truth, because Umar, I understand exactly what he's doing. He's projecting, and he's trying to put his own iniquity onto other people, right? Meanwhile, for the last 7.5 years, he's benefited off of his mother, not only financially, but just a living condition situation. Again, Umar's been homeless since 2019, the end of 2019. All right. Thank you guys so much. I just wanted to get through that so that we get updated on what's going on with Umar. But at some point, he's going to have to come back online and start begging. It's only a matter of time. When that will happen, I'm not quite sure, but we will see. We will definitely cover it. All right, let's get to the video, and we're going to finish up with the Father David interview. We'll do that right now. There is a poll question. We got 864 votes so far. When will Umar Johnson go back online and beg for money? 31% said today, 22% said Friday, 10% said Saturday, and 38% said sometime next week. Okay, and when he does, we will cover it. All right. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on in. Real quick, User225 says, hi, Cookie Crush Chat. Should I watch The Boys? Is it a good show? I have no idea. I don't even know what that is. I have no idea. Okay, all right. Y'all let him know what you all think. Thank you, User225. Munster Hunter became a member again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, Patrick's birthday is today, so we want to wish Patrick a happy 41st birthday. Happy birthday to you. Okay, let's make sure we extend our birthday wishes to Patrick, because Cookie Crush Chat's undefeated. All right, congratulations, reaching 41. Many more decades to come. Okay. Christy sent in a super sticker and has been a member for 51 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's see. Iceman Vamp says, after Umar learns about Vlad and Nasheed clowning him yesterday, he'll be back begging. I saw that. I actually watched there was 2 clips. I watched those 2 clips today, and I don't know Iceman Vamp. The reason why is because Umar, he's under so much pressure, and it's not just DJ Vlad and Tyreek. I mean, that's something more recent, right? In the last couple of days. But if you look online, there's so many more people speaking about Umar and criticizing Umar. It's not like he can go after everybody, but you do have a point. He may go after what he perceives to be, for clout chasing purposes, the biggest target that he can find. And in this case, yeah, that would be Vlad and Tariq Nasheed. They were clowning him. They was clowning him. Tariq, he didn't want to say what I know he knows to be true, and that is that Umar has a substance abuse issue. He says, I think I know what it is, but I don't want to say it. I know what he's talking about. And anyone, if you hear that, you know what he's talking about. Umar has some serious issues, and also he says that he has some serious issues. It's not just a substance abuse; it's also some serious mental health issues. By the way, even for Umar to concoct that, first of all, for him to put that story out there in the first place, that speaks to something up here that's not quite right. All right, but also the fact that he spins this narrative, it speaks to the truth that Umar, there's something going on up here too, that he can lie blatantly like that and on his own family members. You see, he can try to spin these stories, but the receipts don't line up. The timeline doesn't even line up. You see, so if he does decide to speak on anyone who's been criticizing him recently, I think he probably would try to say something about Vlad and Tariq Nasheed. But Umar's in such bad position. I'm talking about if we talk about in terms of a strategy, he's in such a bad position on the field of play, as it were. If you guys catch my drift, that he's not really in a position to go at anybody right now, because all eyes is focused. Everyone, including his followers, they're focused on Umar and all of this other background drama that's going on, where he's lying to people to get money out of people. Again, bank accounts frozen. Lene stole his bank account information. She hacked his account. I hacked his account. He needs money for a lawyer, a defense fund, or whatever he said, the prosecution fund, if that's what you want to call it. The vandalism. It's just one thing after another with this guy. And now it's the city of Wilmington, and et cetera, et cetera. Right. All right, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks, Iceman Bam. Daxter says, damn it, what's Jermaine up to now? It's always something with this guy. That's how we open up the show. It's always something, and there's no peace. But that's not the result of everyone else in the world and the world itself, at odds with Umar. It's that Umar and how he lives. He lives foul. He lives dirty. And these are the consequences of living like that. It's just the chickens are finally coming home to roost, especially inside his personal life. This year has been something to behold, right? I told people that this was the beginning. You guys remember I told you all that? It ain't done yet. Not even close. Watch. Thanks, Dexter. Mr. Monica says, Operation Save Umar Johnson's mom. Yeah. I see. The thing is I hope that intervention takes place, and even if it's not where Umar is completely taken off of as the primary caretaker, even if that doesn't happen, at the very least, family members can see the mother and not feel as if they're threatened by Umar or intimidated by Umar. Keep in mind, Umar, he does that, and what he's attempting to do is to intimidate his sister, his older sister. That's why he puts that out. He's trying to intimidate his siblings, because when they need money for lawyers, okay, Umar, you ain't got no money. So if you're giving money to your family members so that they can get lawyers or so that they can get a down payment on a home, well, that's donation money for FDMG. You see how Umar messed up right there? If that is true, if what he's saying is true, but again, Umar lies all the time. See, let a family come forward and say, yeah, Umar, he did give me some money so that I can get a lawyer. But Umar don't have a job, so where does he get the money from? Let a family member come forward and say, yeah, Umar, he did give me money so that I can have a down payment on a home. Okay, where did he get that money from? Donation money for FDMG. Okay, that's fraud right there. That money's supposed to be going towards a school. But all of this it's an act of intimidation, mainly against his older sister, but also against his other family members. And that's why I'm saying, if any of you guys want to come forward, you're welcome on my platform. You can reach me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Monaco. Hopefully, intervention takes place on some level, because again, I didn't show the receipt, but Lene sent me the receipt where she was explaining to Umar about his mother's physical condition. I don't even want to say too much more than that. Okay, it's diabolical. And Umar, his response is as if he doesn't even give a shit. No concern. Not like, oh my God, well, yeah, I noticed that problem, but we have nothing like that. It was like, well, whatever. He's on to talk about something else. She sent me the text messages. That's diabolical right there. She's not in a good situation. And Umar, he wants to, again, he's damage control. He wants to paint a narrative that he's saving his mama. He's taking care of his mama. So everyone else is the one fault. They're the reason why this happened and that happened. No. Umar, you got to hold yourself accountable. Listen, Umar, like I said yesterday, Umar can't even take care of himself. I proved that conclusively yesterday. How are you going to take care of somebody else? He's not even in the right mental state to be able to do something like that. He's batshit crazy. Thanks, Mr. Monica. See, just says, at this point, would Umar be better served by legal or street justice? I think legal justice. See, the thing is that legal justice would put him in a situation where part of the legalities would be Umar would have to be diagnosed. There would have to be a mental health assessment on this guy. That would be part of the process. And then also that the legal aspect of this would also include Umar being tested for substance abuse. And once that hits the floor, okay, now it's rehab time. But isn't that what I've been telling people? He needs to start right there. He needs to humble himself and go and get that help. The mental health thing, the substance abuse issues, he needs to start there before he can even have a chance of getting his life turned around. So in my opinion, I think the legal justice is what needs to take place. And hopefully it happens sooner than later. Okay? All right. Thanks, CJ. All right. Thank you, guys. Everyone who sent the super chats. Thanks to all of also thanks to the mods too. I forgot to mention that. Thanks, and everyone in the cook chat. Thanks to the mods as well. Also, thanks to everyone who's been consistently coming to these live streams. The numbers continue to be fantastic. So thank you guys for that as well. Okay, let's get back to the video of Umar Johnson when he was interviewed by Father David on August 31st of 2025. And we've covered about a little bit over half of it. And what Umar is doing, because we're not going to rehash, but what he's doing here is he's trying to explain this whole situation with the city of Wilmington, and his bank accounts were frozen, and how he needed to come up with the money to pay these bills, and how there was a water bill, separate water bill, but then there was also the munition that was posted on the door, and all this was this big, great conspiracy, and altogether it was like $70,000, and that he has to come up with, and he's spinning this narrative, and it is crazy. He starts blaming the city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll pick up right there. That's a bit of an overview. All right, here we go.
The whitewash Black Wilmington is in full effect.
Yes,
the whitewashing of Black Wilmington, Delaware is in full effect. And it's Negroes helping them do it.
That's amazing.
It's Negroes helping them do it. But this is the last point I wanted to give you. Remember COVID. I'm going back to 2020 now, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
In COVID, remember who was president at COVID? Biden. It was Trump, and then Biden took over. I think we were still in COVID.
Right.
No, I don't think so, Umar. What are you talking about? Maybe let me go look. Who was president during COVID? Maybe he was. I don't remember. Let me see. I just thought that was all Trump during that time. Yeah, Trump was in office because I remember. Yeah, I remember that. Let me try to rephrase this. Was Biden president during COVID? Maybe he was. No, Joe Biden did not serve as president during the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Donald Trump was president when the pandemic began in the United States in the early 2020s and for the first full year of the crisis. Okay. Trump administration established the White House coronavirus 2020. Joe Biden inaugurated 2020. The Biden administration released its own comprehensive strategy. Yeah, no, Biden did become president in 2021, and at that time, COVID was still in effect, not to the same effect degree that it was before. Okay.
No.
Biden, then Trump took over.
It was Trump, Biden, Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2020, who was president? It was Trump.
Yeah, he won the election in 20.
Who won the election in 20?
Trump did.
Trump won the election in 20. He took his oath in January of 21. Is that how it went?
Let me see. No, Biden was elected in 20, and then Trump won again in 24.
Okay. Biden was elected in 20.
Yes.
Who gave us the quarantine? Why does it feel like Joe Biden gave us the quarantine?
No, Umar. What are you talking about? What in the world's going on here? Umar, he's supposed to be a political scientist, but whatever. Yeah, Lene, 6 degrees and all. Boy, this is nuts. Drew said, Lord help them. You know, if we can all pray, amen. All right, let's keep going. Umar, this is funny.
Because the COVID started in 19. The COVID started in 19. And
Okay,
Trump was the president in his first term when it happened. And he told everybody to drink bleach.
Biden took over in 20. Do that sound right?
I remember that.
Yes, but we got to take a break while we figure this out.
Whoa, wait a minute.
I look at my calendar. We'll be right back.
Wait a minute. Come on now, man. Why are you going?
Umar Tunde Johnson. We were trying to figure out who was president when. I know there was Donald Trump was the president.
It was Trump, Bob.
I know.
Trump was 17 to 21.
That's right.
COVID quarantine began around March of 20.
It
didn't matter who was president. I was just trying to remember who. It's irrelevant for the point I was going to make, though. The point I was going to make was this. Remember nobody was allowed to go outside?
That's right.
Okay. When we were on quarantine, so mind you, this is the first year we own the school, by the way. This is the first year we own the school.
Mm-hmm.
When we were on COVID quarantine and nobody was allowed to go outside, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, through license and inspection, gave us a citation for high grass. Can I ask you a question, Bob?
Who's supposed to mow the
Nobody
lawn?
is allowed to go outside because we're on COVID quarantine. Why are you giving us a citation for high grass?
Cut the grass. What are you talking about, Umar? What is this guy always think he's gonna get a hookup on something, don't he? Well, because it's COVID, I don't have to maintain the lawn. I don't have to do anything. I mean, I could have a monkey on the roof. So, wait a minute. You know who Umar is? And I'm gonna train this bucket. This bucket gonna throw shit on people who come to try to vandalize. No, Umar, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's COVID or not. You gotta cut the grass, homeboy. Why do I get a ticket and can't nobody go outside? There were still people going outside, Umar. What are you talking about? I can pull up videos when he was up there during COVID and there was people walking around. Hit the one. Don't make me do it. This guy. It don't make no sense. Umar think that somehow he don't got to pay bills. I don't get it. And he sounds so distraught. It's all about money, though. He's just, whatever. Crystal says, Umar has grandiose delusion. You think he'd be able to recognize and diagnose himself? Yeah, but I think that because Umar's so deep into that delusion, he doesn't even see it as being extraordinary per se. People on the outside can see it. You remember I showed you guys this week the initial conceptualization of FDMG. It was of the shape of Africa. That's a grandiose delusion. He didn't even have a job back then, and he didn't have no money. But the delusion is so grand that that's what he conceptualized. Well, I mean, he's still living in a delusional state to this day. When he says he's a school principal, he's not. When he says he's a school psychologist in 2025, he's not. But he lives in that delusional state to this day. Here it is real quick, but just so that people can see. I know I showed this the other day, but this is what I'm referring to. And it ties exactly to what you're saying here. See, this is delusional. Grandiosity, okay, it's part of the narcissism. This was from 2014, March 26th of 2014. Area view of preliminary heaven on earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy. 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa. Ancestors Park in the center of the campus. Dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farm, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio. Greenhouse, zoo, community center, separate building for all 33 trade areas, and much more. Okay, there's a hospital. There's these 7 massive dormitories. There's a man-made river that encircles this 500-acre campus, and it's in the shape of Africa. An airfield, a NASA building, a traffic control tower, a baseball field, a track and field facility, a zoo. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. This is grandiosity, and he's delusional. And see, it's been going on for such a long time. That's from 2014. But if we go back to the UNIA letter, he signs at the bottom of it. He signs it as the modern day Malcolm X. Well, that's grandiose. That's delusional. That was in 2005. He's been living in a delusional state since at least 2005. That's 20 years. And he's still delusional to this day. And see, that's what I'm saying, Crystal, because he's been in this state for such a long time, over 2 decades now. It's at least 2 decades. That there's no way that he's going to be able to recognize the delusion himself, because he's so deeply embedded into the delusion. You know, I can, with wisdom, I can look back at my life and I can see where there were periods where I was in a delusional state. I remember when I was deep into conspiracy theories. I mean, I was really, really deep into it, even deeper than when Umar got into it. Okay. When I was so deep into it, I actually thought that if I stuck with it, and I stuck with it way longer than what I should have, if I stuck with it, that somehow I was going to defeat the Illuminati and the reptilian shapeshifters. And I mean, really out there, really, really out there, the global bankers and the Bilderbergs and the Trilateral Commission and all this stuff. See? But I can look back now with wisdom and reflect back. Okay, yeah, when I was 28, I got into that. Around 27, I got into that stuff. You know, by the time I was 30, I was deep into it, way deep into it, but it was all delusional, because I thought I had the sense of grandiosity. But in retrospect, it's just that I was way out there, and the mental was all messed up because of all the conspiracy content that I was consuming. It puts you in a state of what I now call perpetual fear, right? See, and I can reflect back and see the anxiety goes crazy. You see? So I can assess that now, but when I was in that state, I didn't recognize it as such. Well, in this case with Umar, we have a more extreme case because we have someone who's been in this delusional state for at least 20 years and is still in it to this day. And so if we look at 20 years of it, at this point, he's lived in it for 20 years, at least 20 years. How is he going to be able to recognize it at the age of 51? Even if we tell him that, he's not going to recognize it. Even if it's clear to everyone else on the external, on the periphery, looking from the outside looking in, we can see it very clearly. He's not going to recognize it. But it's true. No. Thanks, Crystal. Iceman Vap says Umar only cuts the grass if the white man tell him. If the white man tell him, yeah, he should. Now you see what I was telling people. I think I said it yesterday, and I've said it many times. What Umar should have done back in February 2019 is get one of those sit-in lawn mowers and paint it red, black, and green. Put the logo for the FMG sticker on it, and some, I don't know, put Lord Jamar on there, Tariq, picture of Tariq. No, I'm just playing. Put Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey on there, and some other black leaders on it, and then get out there and cut the grass and live stream it. I mean, he could actually get a little mount for it and just be driving around and talking. He liked to talk and cutting the grass. People would have ate that. They would have loved that. They would have been sending donations after donations after donations. Trifling. But no, not Umar. And here's the other thing. Now that you say this, Iceman Vamp, Umar can't use the excuse of COVID because I have videos of Umar up there at those abandoned buildings during COVID, and he's outside. There's people out there too, and he has a mask on. Well, if you can stand out there with a mask on during COVID and beg for money, then your big lazy ass could have put a mask on and cut the grass. This makes sense. I'm so tempted because I can go into the archive and go find one of the videos where he's out there. He got a mask on in front of the trap bandos. Anyway, he always has an excuse for everything. They're giving me tickets, and he's all screaming and stuff. Cry, baby. All right, thanks, man. Night Jace, how's it going? Says, I wonder if it would be grape or cherry Kool-Aid. Grape or cherry Kool-Aid. Yeah. People, oftentimes they refer to Umar and they draw correlations. I don't know if this is what you're saying, but they draw correlations between Umar and I just had it in Jim Jones. And sad. He had a cult. It mainly targeted black people. There was other groups of people there too, but he mainly targeted black people. And tragically, the way that all that ended, I don't want to say too much. It had something to do with Kool-Aid. So there are times. That's where we get this phrase: "Don't drink the Kool-Aid," or they'll say, "Yeah, y'all drinking the Kool-Aid." Well, they said it about Umar. So some of the people who follow him blindly, they say, "Oh, we can see you done drunk the Kool-Aid." Well, in that cult, the people who drank that Kool-Aid, they follow Jim Jones blindly. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Jade, for the super chat. James says, "Is it just me? As a man, it's irritating listening to another man whining like a." Yeah. No, it can be. That's why we got a joke because Umar's 51, and to hear him crying about paying basic bills or crying about or whining about cutting the grass. How do you complain about that when black people have given you millions of dollars? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, even if black folk didn't give him $1 million and he had a property that he had acquired like that, and he's serious about opening up a school, wouldn't he at least cut the grass? It's not too difficult, right? And you don't got to do it every day, maybe once a week. I mean, you might be able to get away with twice a week. Because when they say high grass, they're talking high grass. I have video where they had kids up in that high grass. Y'all remember that? It's crazy. But he could get away with just every 2 weeks doing it, so that they don't write him a ticket. So you got half the year, you ain't got to cut the grass anyway because it's too cold and the grass goes dormant and there's snow on the ground. So it's only about 6 months. So Umar, you telling me that out of 6 months you can't cut the grass every 2 weeks? And people don't give you $1 million? There's no excuse for that. He's so whiny. Thanks, James. Shout out to James. There's no excuse for that. But part of it is he wants to paint himself as a victim, like the city. They've been persecuting him, even going all the way back to COVID. See? Staff Music says Umar can't get his dates right the same way he can't get his money right to open the school he promised over 10 years ago. Yeah. And see, he'll know his dates for like people who died, or he'll know his dates in terms of his upcoming speaking engagements. But when he paints this narrative and he tells this story about how he went off to school and college, and then the math don't math for 2018. That's totally irrelevant with what's happened in 2018. What happened with mom in 2018? So why bring that up? Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessary. But Umar does it anyway because he wants to paint himself as if for all this time he's been the black sheep and even his family's persecuting him. That's really what that was about. He wants to paint the narrative that going way back to when he was in junior high school, going into high school, getting into college, that for this whole time period, he was persecuted by his family because he was the black sheep. And then somehow that's the reason why things are where they're at today with his family. His sisters should come forward, or his siblings, if they want to come forward, they should do that at this time, because Umar trying to paint a narrative about them. He's ultimately lying about them. And because he's painting a false narrative, that's why the timeline doesn't make any sense. That what he's saying doesn't make any sense. He's doing a lot of projecting and putting on his siblings his own iniquities, and what he's doing, he's saying that they were doing or that they're trying to do. But really, that's what Umar is doing, and that's what he's been doing. And in the midst of all of this created chaos, because that's what Umar does, he creates chaos. He can't even keep his timeline straight. Just like he ain't kept the timeline with this school that was supposed to open September 11, 2013. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, this school will be 12 years late. Next week on this day, 12 years late. Thank you, staff. Katavet says, you can never help a person like Umi, who is committed to the story that suits their dysfunction. Just said, someone said something similar to this the other day, and that is that Umar is the type of person that he'll spin a story of a false narrative or lies, or a series of lies. It could be a series of lies, and he actually believes it. See, that goes back to what someone said earlier about Umar just delusional. See, I wonder whether or not Umar even realizes he's lying these days, because he does it so much as a pathological liar. I'm starting to think that there's a pathological liar, and then there's a habitual liar. I'm starting to think that maybe he's a habitual liar, lying for no reason. See, I think he may be both, because sometimes he lies with intent. This whole story he's talking about his sister, his older sister, he's lying with intent. But there are also times where he lies for no good reason. I'm abstinent. Why you gotta lie about that? It's really not that big of a deal. But you see what happened. The conscious tripper comes out and exposes him. So it's totally unnecessary. So with Umar, I'm starting to think that it's not just pathological lying. I think that it's habitual too at times. And with the habitual lying, he tells whatever, he spins all these stories, and then he commits to it, and then he believes it. I would propose that that's one of the reasons why he convinces his a lot of them nowadays, they're hip to the game, but a lot of his supporters, one of the ways that he's able to manipulate them and have them believe his lies is because he believes them himself. And so he says, when he tells his lies, he says it with such conviction. And because he says it with such conviction, they're led to believe that it must be true. But that's not how this works. It's just an act of manipulation on his part. And then he believes in a lie at the same time. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've caught Umar in lies. It's crazy. I can't even tell you. Thank you, Katavet, for the super chat. Staff also says Umar can't cut the grass because smoking. He can't cut the grass because he's smoking it. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Thanks, Dan. Victor's Monica says Umar Johnson created an imaginary school that he wanted as a child, but he won't do the work. He's lazy and doesn't like kids. Umar Johnson family, your mom. Yeah, you're absolutely right about this. The conceptualization of FDMG, it's really a regurgitation of the boarding school that he was shipped off to. We talked about that earlier on. I showed you guys that inside the timeline. But like you're saying, he's lazy and he doesn't do the work. But also, I don't think he knows how to do the work. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to get from point A to point B to carry it all the way out to point Z. That's why he's all over the place, even with what he's been doing up here over these last 6.5 years. He's all over the place. Nothing is consistent. Nothing is set in stone. There's no agenda. There's no organization. What I mean by that, in terms of what needs to be done day by day, week by week, month by month, there's no schedule, day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year, none of that stuff. So I don't even think he knows how to get work done. See, Umar's what he knows how to do is run his mouth. But running your mouth, especially if that's all you pretty much do, that doesn't necessarily translate to actually getting work done. And that's why these trap banners are where they're at 6.5 years later. We can't say that it's because he didn't have the money to do it. He's had more than enough money to do it. In fact, he said in 2023 that renovations were complete. Well, if renovations were complete in 2023, shouldn't school be open by now? Think about that. If renovations were complete in 2023, here we are about 2 years later. Shouldn't school have opened already? And remember, this month it was supposed to open, September of 2025. Renovations aren't even complete, but he said they were complete in 2023. Yeah. So yeah, I think part of Umar's one of his big issues is that he's simply lazy. And see, if you enable someone who's already lazy by giving him money for doing nothing really, in essence, nothing tangible or practical, then they're going to continue to be lazy. I'll propose that they'll become even lazier. And that's what Umar has become. That's why we see him in plenty of videos of Umar laying in the hotel rooms, just laying in the bed live streaming. Who does that? A man of action isn't going to be live streaming over and over and over and over again for years, laying down inside of a hotel room while his mama's living in filth. Anyway. Thanks, Mr. Monica. One other thing, too. That's another reason why Umar, his mother's living conditions is the way that they are. Because if you were a real man who loved your mama and you wasn't a lazy bum, you would clean that shit up right away. Hit the one. You wouldn't have your mama living in filth with bed sores and shit. It's a damn shame. But they sent me the text message. That's some bullshit right there. You would clean shit up right away. You would start inch by inch. That's what I would do. I would start inch by inch. And I'll have shit cleaned up. It wouldn't take me probably but a week. I'll be throwing out shit, all kind of shit be getting thrown out. Get that nasty ass refrigerator out there and get a new one. You got enough, Umar, you got enough money to travel all over the world, but you can't get your mama a new refrigerator? There'll be a washing machine up in there and a dryer, but you done turned that into your own little mama closet space to live stream in? What kind of man? Millions of dollars raised. There's no excuse for that. And also, Umar, what you should have done if you was a real one and you wasn't so lazy, you would have got all your shit out of there too. So that your mama had a place to stay where she and then get that thing fixed so that she can get up the stairs and she can take a bath from every once in a while. What kind of man got your shit all up in there like it's your place? Excuse me, I'm spitting. I apologize. Got a gorilla in the corner. Let me stop. Let me stop. Got a gorilla in the corner. Got a plush gorilla in the corner looking at you and shit. Your mama don't want to anyway. Thanks, Mr. Monica. I apologize. I went off. Honey bun. I'm just playing. I rewatched that and I laughed so hard. I said, man. Honeydew Brown says, Umar, you wanted a building. You got the building now. And you're mad because you have to keep up. I know. That's what I'm saying. He got the building back in 2019. And then in 2025, he want to complain. He want to get mad and complain because he has to keep up with the building. Please stop whining. Someone said it a couple of days ago. It's just the price of doing business. See, what's crazy is Umar, he purchased trap bandos. It's a waste of money. Obviously, it's a money pit. And he's not operating it as a business after 6.5 years. There's no revenue being generated. So why go through all of this? Well, it shows a lack of planning, because if he was able to plan, but also shows that he's a lazy ass bum. He's a frog on a log, a lazy ass frog on a log that don't do no work. So if you ain't got a plan and you lazy, shit ain't gonna get done. So 6.5 years later, that's why things are at right now. He's not running it like a business. He's not generating any income after 6.5 years. And then therefore, what does he do? He whines about where he's at today. Y'all think that after 6.5 years and raised $1.6 million from 2019 through 2024 that Umar couldn't get something started? Someone said it too. They said he could have just focused on that small gym. What he should have done, well, anyway, he could, after purchasing these traps, these shits, he could have just focused on that small gym and put all the money into that and just run it as a community center and had table set up in there. There'd be time for children to come in and have little dividers, room dividers or whatever. And there'd be times where they come in and there'd be a schedule each day throughout the week where they come in just to get help with their homework. Have some snacks out there, again, from 2019 to 2024, $1.6 million. But not Umar. What he wants to do is whine in 2025, as if everything that he did not do, or including everything that he did that was shady, didn't have an impact in terms of where he's at today. All this is all of a sudden. No, this is Umar. This is your doing. Thank you, Honeydew Brown. Mistress Monica says, with all that money, hire a damn maid. Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Umar, why don't you just hire a maid? You know that they have people, and I would have been good at that. They have people, they're professional organizers, and that's all they do. They'll go in and organize your shit. It could be your garage, it could be your whole house, but if your garage is all crazy, got shit all over the place, they'll come in, they'll put together a plan of action. They'll say, yeah, we're gonna get this shelving over here, we're gonna get cubbies over here, we're gonna get those little bins over here that we can stack and blah blah blah, and then we're gonna organize all your stuff into where they needs to go and organize it alphabetically. I love that stuff. Okay, that's me. I mean, I could have been really good at that, and had it all cleared up, and they get paid for that. Well, Umar, why don't you hire a maid? And really, he gonna need a couple of them to come in and clean that spot from each inch, from top to bottom. And shouldn't this have been done 6.5 years ago, Umar? 7 years ago, 7.5 years ago? No, but instead he got his mama living in filth. So I'm gonna tell you, I think right now, though, what Umar is trying to do, because of all the pressure, including pressure from his family members, is he's trying to clean up shit and fix shit so that it looks good enough, so that if the authorities are able to enter the premises and they see the conditions that his mama's living in, that it won't be as bad as it has been for the last 7.5 years. That's what I think Umar's doing. That's why I think he's so frantic right now. So you understand, this video on Father's Day, this is a form of a crash out in essence with Umar. Lene actually said that, and she's right. It's a more subtle crash out. He's complaining about other shit, but it's really all this has to do with the pressurized situation that Umar is in. He doesn't know how to regulate his emotions, and he's scrambling trying to fix shit now, just in case if the authorities come through and maybe they come in with a warrant to actually come into the premises so that they can inspect shit, and then it won't look as bad as it has been for the last 7.5 years. That's what I think Umar is involved with right now. So he don't have much time to be trying to travel and do all this other shit. But whose fault is this? How does Umar get to this point after being the caretaker for 7.5 years? Well, it's Umar's fault. It's not his sisters. It's not his siblings, because he don't even let them see the mama. He wouldn't even let the mama's mama, the grandmama, see the mama before she passed away. Rest in peace. That's a damn shame. What kind of man? Thank you, Mr. Monica. And then staff says Umar treated that school like his baby, like his baby mama's. Yeah. You're right about that. You're right about that. You know, I think Umar. I think Umar sees a school at this. I know this is gonna sound weird. I think Umar sees the school as a hindrance these days, except for the fact that it's a way for him to get money. If the money stopped, Umar wouldn't even be dealing with all that shit. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I know it sounds weird, but you guys understand what I'm saying? At this point, it's like it's a hindrance to him. It's a roadblock. It's something that is like he's trapped up under it. He wishes that he can get the weight of it off of him, but he needs the money. He needs to dangle it out in front of people like it's a carrot to hit the one. He needs to dangle it out like a carrot to keep getting money out of people. But if that money stopped, if donations completely stopped for this FDMG school scam, Umar would let all that shit go, because it ultimately would serve no other purpose other than to get money out of people. And if he can sidestep it and get away with it get away from it after the money dries up, that's what he would do. Because at this point, it's nothing more than a monkey on his back. That's deep. That's really, but it's the truth. It's the truth, and he knows that. See, if we go back, let me give you an example. Quick question: if we go back to 2019. Umar was so ecstatic. He was so excited and happy about these traps. They look like shit, though. They did, inside and out, right? But he was so happy. He was rubbing it in people's face. And what y'all gonna say? And they said we wasn't gonna get no school. Now we got this. It's still not a school. It's a building. A school is a place of learning. Look it up, Umar. You should know that, Big Papa. Okay? But y'all remember them days? 2020. Yeah, we working, family. We started renovations. He was so excited. 2021. Yeah, we gonna get this. I don't know what he was talking about, but he's coming up with something. Whatever the shit they was doing. I mean, because I think it was HVAC time, right? That was an HVAC situation. He was excited about that. He got the blueprints. He was excited about that. But it keeps going. It keeps going. By the time you get to 2023 and 2024, stuff don't hit like it used to. If you guys catch my drift, he's not all this static because it's starting to weigh on him. And then here we are in 2025. He rarely even go up there. He don't even like people bringing it up. I'm talking about FDMG. He don't even like people bringing it up. But he knows that he's tied to it because that's his primary source of income, which is donations for a school that does not exist. All right. I got to change this battery out. So let's get back to this video. I'm tempted to go pull up some of these older videos. I can show you guys exactly what I mean. Thanks, staff, for the super chat. Let me play a little bit of this, and then I got to change this battery out while I do so, and then I'll get to these other super chats. All right, quick super chats undefeated. Thank you guys. Here we go.
This workers working, going out, giving out citations.
License and inspection gave us a ticket.
President.
It was Trump, Baba.
I know.
This is so ridiculous, right?
That's right.
COVID quarantine began around March of 20.
That's
it didn't matter who was president. I was just trying to remember who. It's irrelevant for the point I was going to make, though. The point I was going to make was this. Remember, nobody was allowed to go outside?
That's right.
Okay. When we were on quarantine, so mind you, this is the first year we own the school, by the way. This is the first year we own the school. When we were on COVID quarantine and nobody was allowed
that was 2019. Hold on.
to go outside, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, through license and inspection, gave us a ticket citation for high grass.
So what?
Can I ask you a question, Bob?
Who's supposed to
If
mow the
nobody is
lawn?
allowed to go outside because we're on COVID quarantine, why are you giving us a citation for high grass?
They said the essential workers working, going out, giving out citations.
Say that again.
They had the essential workers going out, giving out citations.
Okay, that's okay to have your first of all, I didn't know citations was an essential worker.
I didn't either. Hey,
I thought essential workers were those who were absolutely necessary for safety and health.
No, but citations are part of the income for every city. That's
See this? I think, hey y'all, I think I'm Team Baba David again. I know I did. I said he ain't. I said it. I said he wasn't shit. I did. I said that. I don't think it was on part 1. I said he wasn't shit. I did. But now I see him going back a little bit at Umar. I think I might be coming back onto the Father David team. By the way, Umar's wrong on these dates. He's saying in 2019, COVID didn't start until 2020. So really what he's saying is in 2020. But Umar, you know how he is. Yeah, good. I'm happy that Father David is giving a little pushback.
Remember, nobody was allowed to go outside?
That's right.
Okay. When we were on quarantine, so mind you, this is the first year we own the school, by the way. This is the first year we own the school. When we were on COVID quarantine and nobody was allowed to go outside, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, through license and inspection, gave us a ticket citation for high grass. Can I ask you a question, Bob?
Who's supposed to mow the
Nobody
lawn?
is allowed to go outside because we're on COVID quarantine. Why are you giving us a citation for high grass?
They said the essential workers working, going out, giving out citations.
Say that again.
They had the essential workers going out, giving out citations.
Okay, that's okay to have your first of all, I didn't know citations was an essential worker.
I didn't either. Hey,
I thought essential workers were those who were absolutely necessary for safety and health.
No, but citations are part of the income for every city. That's why.
Yeah, but see, safety and health also includes high grass, Umar. What are you talking about, Goofy? He should know that.
I know, but I don't think a ticket. I don't think giving tickets is an essential duty.
I don't think so either. But you know, hey,
exactly. But here's my point. Even if it is, Baba, even if they say giving out tickets during COVID is an essential function of the city, I was not allowed to come outside because the president said nobody comes outside.
You were not allowed to come outside, Umar? Well, let's go to 2020. Let's look at this right here, ladies and gentlemen. August 6th of 2020. There you go. Isn't Umar outside? Where's Umar? Y'all see this? Where's Umar at right here? Let's skip through. And let's take it a step forward. Y'all remember this? This is December 2nd of 2020, in the middle of COVID. Look.
Tell the people why you out here today.
I'm out here to support Dr. Umar Johnson, man. You see the school right here, man. There ain't nobody doing nothing like he's doing it, man. Point blank, period. Everybody
One love. One love. Why you out here, Trey Ball?
Man, I'm out here to support my guy for 6 years, man. Tell all the haters to go ahead with that.
I'm out here to support. I'm out here because when I heard the call, I said I'm coming. I'm coming. That's how we go.
One love, one love. You sleeping over there? Say something to the people. Why you out here?
I'm out here to
Yeah, she was asleep, y'all.
this school is for the boys and not for everybody who comes and they want to do what they want to do.
One love.
Yes, sir. You already know I'm out here to support Dr. Umar Johnson. Not only is he an icon of mine, but he's also a vice principal back in elementary school, too. So I got to support him, man. Everything he says is the truth, and I'm standing by the truth 100%.
One love, one love.
That's why I do give Umar credit that at some point he was a vice principal, but it was for a very short period of time. Based upon the information that people have sent to me, again, I haven't verified. That's why I really can't say that he was a principal or vice principal, but I give him a benefit of the doubt. It was for, from what I remember, they said it was for about 6 months, and he was having a lot of problems, control issues, trying to control everything, but also with the white teachers and how he treated the white teachers. But he's ultimately fired. But so even though I haven't verified that and verified that he's a principal or vice principal, I give him credit for it.
What y'all doing out here?
I second that. I'm out here because I want people to know. You know, our children.
See, this is in the middle of COVID. So what is Umar talking about? See this? There go Brother Manny. Yeah, rest in peace to this brother. This Brother Manny right there. This was the Umar ain't got no mask on. This was his anti-protest protest. It was a protest against a alleged protest, FDMG protest, but there was never a protest against FDMG in the first place. But it proves my point. Here's another video from earlier that year, from June of 2020. See, he says people couldn't go outside, but you know what? I can hear in the background children playing.
Once they are done, I will start fielding the quick Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy update. The architect is finalizing the blueprints right now. They will be done next month.
The blueprint.
Once they are done, I will start fielding quotes and offers from electricians, plumbers, HVAC specialists, and carpenters.
Oh man, I forgot about this.
Plumbers, HVAC specialists, and carpenters, you must have commercial experience. You must have commercial
Yeah, if y'all don't mind, let me let this play. I got to get me some more smoothie. I'll be right back.
Experience, and we're going to take the best offers that we can get. We're dealing with the people's money here. Money does not come in large supply, so we're going to do the best we can with what we have. For my dedicated FDMG donors, keep on making them donations, family. We need them now. We need them now. We got to replace those heaters and those big air conditioners that go on the roof. We need you right now, okay? We got to get that whole electric system redone. We need you right now. It took us a whole year to find those blueprints. It took us a whole year to find them blueprints. The architect is updating them now since they're 10 years old. We'll have them next month. And then I'm hoping, I'm praying, I'm pulling libations, I'm meditating. You know, we got the 21-day fast. Shout out to the 300 and plus brothers and sisters from around the world who are with me, standing in solidarity with the 21-day revolutionary Pan African nationalist fast for redemption, personal transformation, okay, and African liberation. That's what we fasting for. So I'm hoping that the Most High and the ancestors and the Loas, the Arushas, the Netters, the Abusive, I'm praying that all the divine energies of the universe has heard our fasting, heard our prayers, heard our libations, and heard our chants, and will answer the prayer, because when the architect is done, I want to get that electric done ASAP. I want to get that plumbing done ASAP. I want to get that HVAC done ASAP, brothers and sisters. So keep them.
Boy, this is some bullshit. We got 1,600 people in the building. Thank you guys so much. If you're enjoying the show at any point, make sure you hit that like button. It helps us to get in that algorithm. It'll take you about 2 seconds. There is a poll. When will Umar Johnson go back online and beg for money like he's doing right here back in 2020? 30% said today, 21% said Friday, 10% said Saturday, and 39% said sometime next week. I just want to point something out. This video is from June 25th of 2020, and he's still waiting on the quote-unquote architectural designs. I think that Umar, this is what he calls the blueprints, because I have the video, the blueprint video, where he finds it, and it's around the same time. There's 2 points I want to make here. Number one, he purchased the abandoned buildings in February of 2019. So it's like a year and 4 months later, Umar has not started renovations. Where all the money go? Remember, on his IRS filings, he said in 2020 that he had $500,000 cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account. That was in 2020. You guys understand what I'm saying? Hit the one. You guys see what I'm saying? That's a huge point. But he's up here begging like he ain't got no money left. Well, that's because he didn't have any money left. That's one point I want to make. See how desperate he looks and how he sounds? Wait, desperate how desperate he sounds. But look how desperate he looks, because I want to make a huge point to people. 2020 was the year where really with Umar, the wheels start to fall off, because that addiction had taken such a huge hold of him that he starts to really, really go off the deep end. 2020 was the year. Now, he had already been involved with stuff. I'm not saying that he wasn't. What I'm saying is that that year of 2020, that's when everything really started to fall to pieces with Umar. And that's what we've seen ever since. So all the money that Umar should have still had, because he reported to the IRS for his 2020 filings, that would be the same year that where he's talking here, that he would have had at least $500 cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account in 2020. And yet he's on here begging. Where'd the money go? I'm going to tell you guys, there was no money. And I have him on video where he says that in 2019, when he purchased these abandoned buildings, he gave them everything that he had left, which would have been around $420,000. This also goes to show that he's lying to the IRS too, by the way. He didn't have that money. I'm going to tell you guys, the reason why Umar couldn't even get started with the renovations after a year and 4 months, and it had nothing to do with no architectural drawings or blueprints. That shit's digital these days. Umar concocts this whole story about how they couldn't find those. A lot of people forget about that. The reason why he couldn't start, it had nothing to do with all that. That's just a narrative that he spins, just like the narrative of his bank accounts getting frozen. And then you see where these buildings were going to go into auction sales. It's the same shit. The same strategy, I should say, that he uses. Well, the reason why he didn't start day one, February of 2019, was because the money was gone. And so what he does for the next year and 4 months is he's trying to raise money to at least start renovations. But that addiction kicked in 2020 to such a degree to where Umar, the wheel starts to fall off. And that's been the case ever since. Again, he was tricking off money before. I mean, that's not what I'm not saying that he wasn't. I'm saying that 2020, you look at Umar in 2020, it was rough.
Coming, $, $FDMG school, $FDMG school, $FDMG school. You can mail them, P.O. Box 9634 Wilmington, Delaware. 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 Yes, Wilmington, Delaware. Get them donations in. I want to have a small building renovated before the end of the year. I really want to.
He's saying the end of 2020, y'all. We're at the end of 2025. And look at him. Look, look at this point. I'm telling you, it's just a downward spiral. You can look, he ain't even dyeing his beard like he normally does.
Have it done by the end of the year. There's no reason we can't. Everybody is telling me it's only going to take a couple weeks. They're telling me that if the money is there, we can have the small building renovated in 2 months. 2 months. No.
So he goes from a couple of weeks to 2 months. And here we are 5 years later. Umar, you a trip.
No more than 2 months, we can have the small building renovated, but we need them donations. Remember, we are tax exempt now. Remember, brothers and sisters, we are tax exempt now.
Yeah, he did have gained tax exempt status in 2020, but it's not retroactive in terms of the property tax and the school tax. That's why he still had massive bills. Totaling altogether, it was about $160,000 in fees, tax fees associated with ownership of these trap bandos and not having tax exempt status for 2019 and 2020. Okay, he did get it in 2020, but it's not retroactive. It doesn't work that way. So you donors, that's wasted money for 2019 and 2020. It was upwards to $170,000 wasted simply because Umar didn't have his paperwork in order.
We are tax exempt now, brothers and sisters. So pull on your black business owners, pull on your black celebrities and entertainers. Let them know you can write this off. Let them know they can write this off. I don't know how much they can write off. They got to handle that with their accountant, but we are tax exempt status now. All right. So make sure y'all keep track of the donations that you give to the school as well. But I'm feeling good right now. Leo season is only a few weeks away. Shout out to all the Leos and lionesses out there. It's almost our time to roar like we do, better than anyone else. Okay, often hated, but never duplicated. Often hated, but never duplicated. So with that being said, black family, I'm fasting right now. Can't break my fast till 9 o'clock. That's when dusk sets in Philly. But I'm just here checking on the school. Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy campus. I'm just checking on the school family. But I just want
he over there hiding and shit.
to let y'all know we'll have the plans next month. And if it only take 2 months to get the campus up and ready, we should be good to go definitely before now.
This crazy, so delusional. So delusional.
It's up and ready. We should be good to go definitely before Nat Turner Crucifixion Day, 11/11. We should definitely have a campus ready to go before 11/11, family. So that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing right now. All right. Just want to come check on the campus. I got my fellas keeping the campus clean. All right, keeping the campus clean. Shout out to the chef.
Trash on the ground.
Shout out to the chef. He been keeping the campus clean for me and the donors.
More trash.
Taking care of the campus. That's what it's all about. Taking care of the campus. That's what it's all about. That's what we doing, brothers and sisters.
Man, this is a year and 4 months after you acquired these bandos.
Somebody dropped some trash off. See, this is the stuff I don't understand right here.
Here we go.
Campus is nice and clean. Now, who gonna go and do this? Who gonna go and do this? See, this is the type of stuff.
You sure wearing them Nikes though, homeboy. You seen?
Who gonna go?
Listen, I ain't even gonna buy no Nikes. I got a job, a day job, and I got YouTube. I make real good money. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm not even gonna be where. I'm not even gonna do that. I got too many kids. But he get free money, but he sure wear them. And he ain't got no job. He broke ass bump. Let me stop.
Go and do this.
Why would you pick that up with your bare hands? Whatever.
This don't belong right here, family. We got to keep the campus clean, nice and clean. Y'all see that, right? Grass is cut. That's my man, Chef. He the new building engineer. Rest in peace to our last building engineer.
Your building engineer is also picking up trash? What in the world?
We doing what we do. Sacred stone right here. Shout out to Sister Sharon and Sister Pilar. Shout out to Sister Sharon and Sister Pilar who came down here and repainted the rock, and they repainted it more beautiful than it was the last time. Shout out to those two Ifa Tunde University sisters, and shout out to the other members of Ifa Tunde University who donated to the cause. I know we got an Ifa Tunde University reunion coming up somewhere around the country, whether it's Nat Turner or here in Delaware or wherever it's going
Don't nobody care.
to be at. But Sharon and Pilar did a good job. So I'm just here, family.
You ain't doing nothing.
What was that?
Just chilling.
I'm just here, family, doing what we do. King Kong consciousness, baby. I'm just here doing what we do.
Which is nothing. He's just begging.
You feel me? We're going to make history right here. We will make history
Get on your
right
cash,
here. All right? That's the school right there, brothers and sisters. That's the Marcus Garvey building. That's what we focusing on. That's the Marcus Garvey building. That is the school. 3 buildings. The small gym you see to your far left. Then we have the 10 classroom building right here. And then we have the small building on the corner. That might be the
That's not a small building on the corner. That's attached to the school. It's a storage space, Umar. Cut it out. Cut it. Please stop. He hadn't even gotten into that room yet. Talk about it. It's a storage. That's where that old paint was. They used the old paint to paint on the old paint on the outside. He said he was going to turn that into a cafe, and the kids was going to work in there. That's what he said. That's what Umar said. That's not another building. It's just attached to that building over there. It's a small little space with anyway.
weight room. It might be the ancestor shrine.
Umar, cut it out.
Okay, but that's the goal right there. Before 2020.
That bush right there is up to the ceiling, up to the roof. That's a bush, but it looked like a tree now. We were talking about this the other day.
Ends, you will see Marcus Garvey. Where you see that middle school sign, you will see the FDMG logo. Where you see the middle school sign, that's where you will see the FDMG logo.
He did.
And it's going to say Honorable Marcus Garvey Elementary School. That's what we talking about.
It never said that.
That's what
Even
we talking about.
Cut it out.
And then once we get that school done, brothers and sisters, we're going to focus on this school. We're going to focus on this school right here. The Honorable Frederick Douglass building. This is going to be the big boy right here. This is going to be the big boy right here. This is going to be the big boy right here. That's the long-term goal. Once we get the small school up, that's our playground right there. Might be a community garden. That's our playground right there. We got 2 gyms. So you know we're going to have the basketball tournaments. You know we're going to have them basketball tournaments popping. Ifa Tunde Boulevard going to be.
He said popping. Goofy.
Ifa Tunde Boulevard going to be off the hook, family.
Just a dope fiend walking around. See, that substance really got him in 2020. Look at him.
Yes, I'm taking wifey resumes. I know it's controversial. I'm trying to get done. You understand? I can't meet every African woman in America. I can't meet every.
Oh my God. Let's move on. He in the rental car. But let me show y'all something real quick. Remember I was talking about that bush right here? You see that bush? Yeah, right there. All right, I think this is it. Let me show y'all something. And shout out to this brother. We haven't covered this full video, but we will at some point. Shout out to Famer 2 for going up there. This is recent. See that bush? Let me back it up a little bit. See that bush right there? All the way in the back? That's this bush right here.
We'll see Marcus Garvey. Where you see that middle school sign, you will see that.
Y'all see that? That's a damn shame, Umar. I mean, it's up to the roof. There we go. Oh, no, it's not all the way up to the roof. Let me take that back. But it's getting there. Yeah, this video's footage is from about a week ago. There we go.
FDMG logo.
It's crazy. Okay, let's get real quick. I want to show one another thing. This is when Umar got the blueprints. See that sniffing? This is another thing you guys can look for with Umar, especially in 2020.
Peace and love, Black family. King Kong Consciousness. International Ifa Tunde. How's everybody doing? Good news and bad news.
Here we go.
Good news is we got the drawings. All right? We got the drawings. $20,000 worth of work right here. $20,000.
That's wild. 20,000.
Architectural designs, plumbing, electric, mechanical, general contractor. Shout out to the donors. $20,000 worth of designs right here. We got the designs. That's the good news. The challenging news is we got to raise the money to pay for the work.
See?
So what I'm going to be doing all next week is entertaining bids from contractors,
See, he needs to raise money, but for that year of 2020, he said that he had $500,000 sitting in a non-interest bearing account. So either he's lying here, or he's lying to the IRS, or he's lying in both cases. All right. Now, real quick, the reason why we got blowed off, now I'm going to get these other soup chats, is because Umar was bringing up the high grass, how he got fined for that. Well, check this out. Okay, one more time. Look how high that grass is. And Umar complaining about it. Now, this guy, he's cutting the grass, but if you guys look closely, you can see areas where he didn't cut. Look how high it is. See right there, next to that tree? He hasn't cut that part yet, but that's how high it was. Even has some kids working in there. I remember someone was like, there's nothing wrong with having kids work. I said, you Umar Johnson father, y'all a trip. You should not have it. Listen, this is a hazard. Okay. And I'm not just talking about snakes or insects or whatever. I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about drug paraphernalia that's been thrown in their trash and shit, glass, who knows what else. See, Umar, he can't do this himself. He got to have kids up in here doing it. Don't worry, I got all the receipts. Well, let's get back to the video. Oh, let me do these super chats real quick because I'm behind. Let's see here. Okay, I got that one. I got that one too. Thank you so much, James. Katuveta. You can never help a person. Okay, yeah, I got this one too. We got that one earlier too. Okay, I got that one too. Thank you. I got this one. Thank you. With all that money, yeah, we got that one too. Umar treated that school like his baby mom. yeah. Late to the party, but this channel was hilarious. Oh, thank you so much, GB from DC. Thank you so much for the super chat and welcome. Welcome. We got plenty of content here for you to get into. When you have some time, get into the archive. We got plenty of videos here. We also have more videos for members as well, hundreds of additional videos. So take your time and welcome. All right, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Ty says, out here asking women to pay $500 to go on a dinner date with him. Shameless. Yeah, it is. And that's not the only type of scam he's run, trying to get money out of people. We can put together a list. Like the beginning of this live stream, we put together a list of different controversial situations Umar found himself in and fallouts that he's had with people. Seti, Tariq Nasheed, the conscious stripper, of course, Lene. Okay, the list goes on and on and on. His own daughter, his baby mamas. But we can also put together a list of all of the different scams that Umar has run just to try to get money out of people. And the $500 scam, that was one of them. Umar will do anything to get money out of people. And sometimes what he does, Ty, is he'll throw stuff out there just to kind of get a filter to see how people respond. And if people respond in an amicable or positive way, he'll try to run with it and try to get money out of people. But if people don't respond in a positive way and they maybe they start clowning him and stuff, he'll just drop it and he won't even mention it ever again. But that's how Umar he operates. He lives like that. He's always trying to find a way to get money out of people, and he'll throw anything out there, even if it's ridiculous, just to see how people respond. And like I said, if they respond in a positive way, then he'll keep running with it. Oftentimes he'll run with it to get money, but he never delivers. Dr. Johnson, Dr. Papa podcast is another example of that. That was a scam he was running for not a long time, but for a significant period of time, where it was a subscription-based podcast where he was allegedly sending people MP3 files of him talking. He would collect the money, but he wouldn't produce. Right? I have one of the podcasts, and that's the podcast that I've shared, where Umar says he wants to have the boys dressed in suits. And they're going to feed them. They're going to dress in suits, come to the school, and he's going to cuddle with them by the fireside. That's what Umar said. Right. Another one was UmarJohnson.tv. That was another scam, subscription based. Right. You guys go to that website now. It doesn't exist anymore. But that's because he collected money for it, but then he wasn't producing anything. He'll produce a little something here, a little something there, but then he'll just drop it. And then people, paying subscription for what? See, that's Umar. And this was another example right here. Thanks, Ty, for the super chat. Banji Baby says, did them bootleg tours with a bunch of random moms and everything just yet? Yeah, he did. He did bootleg tours. He did tours not just here in the United States of America. He did college tours, but he also did. It was more like what was that called? It was called it was the closest thing that he's had to a physical cult. It was there were older people, mainly women, but he called it the I want to say Prince of Pan African University, but that's not what he called it. Pan African University, something like that. But he would meet with these dedicated followers. They would pay for it too, and he would teach them about Pan Africanism. But then he would also take them to sites like historical sites. But he also was doing tours over in Africa, getting money out of people. I have those videos too. So, it's ridiculous. I should pull one of them up. He was doing tours over in Africa. So he would have people pay in order to go, and he was overcharged, and he would say stuff like, "No, it's less than what." No. Umar was coming up off of that too, but it also functioned as what I call the African freak-offs, because he has like a harem of women when they would go over there with him, and that was a lot of that just had to do with straight sex. Y'all want to go over to Africa and gonna pay to go have sex? Okay, I got those videos too. It's nuts. And so he did that. He would do those, but then he started doing them, and he would tell people to pay, and then he didn't do it that year. And then the next year he would tell people, "Yeah, we're going to do it this year, and you can send your money here. You need a deposit by such and such date." I kid you not. And then he wouldn't have it that year. It's another scam that he used to run back in the day. He doesn't do that these days. He may mention every once in a while, "Yeah, we're going to be going back to Africa," but he don't do it. I'm talking about as a group. But he had these people who was going over there. It was like a harem of women. There'd be some men too, but it'd be mainly women that he go over there, and that's that African freak off, safari freak off. That's what it was. Thanks, Banji baby. Well, them videos was ridiculous too. That's when he had that monkey on his shoulder. That was down in Africa when he had that monkey on his shoulder. I kid you not. Y'all think I'm bull. I'm serious. He had a monkey on his shoulder. And the women were like, oh, that's great. I said, y'all need to cut it out. Y'all need to cut it out. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Iceman Van says, what about this theory? Umar wanted the city to take the school and sell it so he could get the money, but somebody like Charlemagne and Envy paid the balance, and Umar is pissed. Okay. Now, the second part, I don't think Charlemagne or Envy would pay for anything. I don't think they have skin in the game, and I think that they know clearly that Umar is a con man. They're not going to be wasting money on Umar. They also have financial advisors, I'm sure. And as a consequence, any reputable financial advisor, they're gonna suggest that their client not donate to Umar. Period. All right. Now, this other part of this theory, yeah, I presented that too as a possibility that if Umar could not come up with the money, which I don't think he came up with all of it. Well, no, I think he came up with all of it. I just don't think he put it all down. I think he went, like the city said, even though he says the city's lying, that he went into a payment plan, and he's still paying that off. So each month he has to come up with a certain amount of money to put down. But why would you need to be in that position when you've raised since 2019, you've raised from 2019 to 2020, you've raised $1.6 million. It makes no sense. Most of that money has gone towards Umar. So it is possible that Umar, I think Umar had a plan, and he had a contingency plan. I think that the primary plan was that I'm going to come up with this money so that I can hold on to these abandoned buildings, because ultimately if they are sold and he no longer has them, he really doesn't have anything else he can fall back on. Even if he's able to recoup some money, it's still not going to be a good look to everyone. I mean, people would be going crazy, and a lot of his followers, I mean, there would be a significant percentage of them right there. They're just going to be like, that's it. Okay. So his backup plan was, okay, I'm not going to pay this off, or if I don't have the money, or if I receive the money, I'm not going to pay it off. And then I'm going to go ahead and let it go to the sheriff, say I'm going to recoup some money, and then I'm going to start anew with the new scam. I'll say, okay, we're going to be trying to do this in Africa somewhere. I'm going to try to do this in New York or in Philadelphia or in Atlanta. And he starts all over again like he was doing back in 2014. But that's more of a backup plan, I think, for Umar, because see, the backlash that Umar would have received for that, it would have been greater than all the backlash for everything that he's received so far this year. I think that would have blown everything out over. Everything got blown up at that point. So I think that was probably for Umar, that would be more of a contingency plan than anything else. I think what Umar wanted to do was to get the stuff paid off so he can hold on to these buildings for as long as possible, come up with this sob story and this fake narrative, these lies that the city is trying to persecute him and his sabotage, and then in the process have his followers send him more money, which is what he always wants anyway. Not to open up a school, but to continue to get money out of people. Thanks, Iceman Vamp. James, what's up? James says they all waiting online to hit the smoke club doors open at 10. Gin and backwoods 5% off the first 20 people in here. You talk about the protest, anti-protest protest. Yeah, it was sad. It was. He had them people out there for no reason at all. And when I say that there was no reason to have them people, it was cold. It was cold too, because I remember when we covered it. We looked online to see how cold it was at that time in Wilmington. I can't remember what it was. I thought it was like in the 20s or upper teens. That's how cold it was out there. And you see, Umar didn't have any provisions. You know, they're standing outside. You know, and there's no protest going on, so that they can protest against. Why don't they have one person standing outside, everyone else inside, and keep it warm? And you know, I don't know, have some coffee, tea, some crumpets, whatever. You know, make it comfortable. Don't have these women standing out there in the cold, and then have lookouts on men looking out. You have one on each corner. There'll be 4 of them. And then if they see this so-called protest march coming down the street, they can go. One of them, it'll be a runner. The runner runs through. They flag him down and let him know. They light a candle. I don't know what they would do. Lot of fire to let them know, and then they go in and they go get the people out the thing. They all come out, and then we have some action. Okay, but no, not Umar. Right? It was ridiculous all the way across the board. Thank you, James. Let's see. Corruption point. I was going to say counterpoint. If he's abusive to people who don't look like him, why should we be surprised he's abusive to people who do? Yeah, well, he has an abusive personality. That's just how Umar is. He has an abusive personality. Anytime you have someone who will abuse his own donors, that's an abusive personality, and he can't even help himself. I can't tell you how many times he's gone off on his donors and talk all kind of crazy trash about his own donors. People sending him money for free. The abuse. Oftentimes, people who abuse, they feel entitled to abusing other people. And if other people don't do what they want them to do because they feel entitled to whatever it is that the person that you need to be doing this for me. He talks like that too. You know, you need to be sending me this money. I need. And so if they don't fulfill those needs, then he gets abusive. I'll propose that there are people who support Umar simply because he's abused the shit out of them over the years. And so they yeah, it's a damn shame. He's an abuser. He has an abusive personality. He's been like that for a very long time. Look at what he's doing with his mother. It's abusive. I'm gonna tell y'all something else. It's abusive for him to even have women coming to go take care of his mama that he don't really even know all that well. That's abusive, because you don't know what these people could be doing to. That's something that Lene talked about. They don't, random people coming through. You don't know. He don't know. He's traveling all over the ground, have people come through to take care of his mama. He don't know what's going on with all that. He had a camera set up, but is he watching that camera 24 hours a day? No, he's not watching it. See, even the dynamic, how he's treating his mother is abusive all the way across the board. Not allowing her to see her children and her grandchildren. Talking about he's not allowing the grandmother his mama to see. That's abusive. Having her living in filth is abusive. Storing juice next to cleaning supplies, that's abusive. Because someone could mistake one thing for the other, and here we go. See, Umar's an abuser. I've been telling people that for a long time. That's why he always abuses. He always defends abusers. P. Diddy. He got the sentencing on his schedule. For what? Abusers, they defend abusers. Someone said that. I can't remember who it was. It's so true. Thank you, Corruption Point, for the super chat. User25 says, I take pride in being a good son. I helped clip my grandma's toenails. I shit myself if I neglected my grandma to 1/10 the degree that Umar Johnson did. Yeah, I know, did his. Yes, and his mother's elderly, and she's sickly, and has been for a significant period of time. And then you have someone like Umar who's doing what he's doing. And it's not just what he's doing, it's also what he's not doing. He's not taking care of his mama. Because this whole situation wouldn't be where it's at after 7.5 years. That's a long time. Children can't even see their mama. That's not taking care of the mama. That's the mama's the possession. He owns the mama. That's that enmeshment shit. He sees her as a possession that's locked away, and no one can have access to her but him. Well, let me leave it right there. Thank you, user 225. Daxter sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Q the barber says FDMG ain't coming. FDMG ain't coming. FDMG ain't coming. Ain't coming. Yeah, it's not. That's the song is the joke. That's really what it is. It's not coming. No time soon. Umar, he's going to stretch this out for as long as he can milk it. He's done this now, specifically with the Wilmington school scam for 6.5 years. But altogether, if we just want to start with the St. Paul school scam, we're talking 11 years. That's a long time. That's a long time. And then, of course, in 2010, he stated that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. So 2010, that's 15 years. That's a very long time. But he's going to milk it for as long as he can. And at the end of the day, it's not coming. All right. Thank you, Q the barber. Know Thyself says, remember, he tried to take credit for work the city was doing on the street. Yeah, I appreciate you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you for the kind words. Yeah, he did. I have that video. I would have to find it, though. But there's a video where the city was doing construction on the street. And what Umar does, and they had cones out there, and they had tractors or whatever, and you know, the pavement was dug up and all this stuff. But what Umar does, supposed to show you what kind of person he is. He's a con man. He goes up there and he live streams, and he pretends as if that work is being done on FDMG, but it has nothing to do with FDMG. Nothing whatsoever. They were either, I think they were putting in pipe work or something like that in the street. And then they have to, you know, break the street up, get down there, change out some pipes, and then cover it back up and then repave the street. And then as this was going on later on, after everything was paved, he starts talking like, yeah, we got the streets paved, repaved, and as if that he had something to do with it. No, it's just city work, and they were working in that area, and then they go to the next section, they go to the next section all the way down. But Umar, he gets up there and live streams and pretends as if he had something to do with it, and that work was specifically for FDMG and on FDMG. No, he's a con man. Yeah, I wish I could find that video, because that'd be perfect to pull up right now. Maybe I'll look for it while we get into this video, but I don't even remember what year that was. Thank you, Know Thyself, for the super chat. Everyone else too, thank you guys so much for all the support. Okay, I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. ZZ Top says Texas State has Umar as a guest speaker on August 8th. September. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, October 8th. That's what I'm saying. Wait a minute. September 8th. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that. Let me go look real quick. And we'll see too, because sometimes he puts stuff up there and it don't even happen, you know. But he just puts it up there to make it look like he's the most requested scholar and stuff. So you said the 8th. Yeah, I don't see that on his schedule that he's posting. I see San Marcos. Oh no, that's what that is. Oh, so it's San Marcos, but he has a question mark next to it. So normally what happens is when he puts those question marks, it's not something that's confirmed, and in some cases it's something that he's just putting up there to make it look like he's busy. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see, because normally there's video evidence that would come out, and you'll find that a significant amount of these dates that he posts, no video footage ever comes out because it never happened. But that's Umar. He got Diddy sentencing on here too for the 3rd. Umar, you a trip. Thanks, ZZ Top. Laurie says begging forever, renovation never. Yeah. It's amazing because we can go back to 2020 and I'll just pull up any video, really any video from 2020, and he's going to be begging in that video. And in my archive, I got so many videos from every single year. You can go to 2019, you see it, 2018, 17, 16, all the way back to 2014, you see him begging. And then, of course, you see him begging in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. In fact, even though he's not going live and talking on Instagram, he is posting information about how people can donate. And one of the things that he's posting again is he's posting what does he call that? I can't even remember. The Loyal Donors Club, the tax deductible FDMG donations, FDMG Academy, blah, blah, blah. And then he has different levels for the membership: FDMG bronze level, FDMG silver level, silver membership, FDMG gold membership, platinum membership, diamond membership. And in each tier, it's more money you got to donate per month. I can't remember how much, but it was ridiculous. And I remember someone that asked the question, someone on here put, "I want you arrested." Damn. I'm telling you, these people ain't playing with Umar anymore. But someone says, what do the different tier or memberships consist of? Well, nothing. Absolutely nothing. You don't get any benefit from doing this. But I can't remember what the tiers were in terms of the amounts. I have it in my notes. I can find it. Thanks, Laurie, for the super chat. Cozy Rain says he thinks FMG is his house. That's how he pictures. Yeah, he does. He's referred to it like it's because there's times when he'll say our school when he needs money, but then you also hear him say my school. In fact, one of the most troubling videos early on, this was in, oh no, it's not 2014, because I was watching part of it earlier today for this editing that I was doing. There's a video where he tells people, I gotta find that. Now I think about it. Yeah, because he was complaining about how much money he had received at that point. I think it was $250,000. And he says he was going off on his donors. He called them trifling ass black people. And then he says, you guys, all y'all got to give me is some $250,000 damn dollars or whatever. Then he says, I'm trying to purchase a school of which you know I need. That's how he says, of which you know I need. What you mean that you need? I thought this was for the boys. So yeah, Umar, again, he's a controlling, and that's what he's doing with his mama. And he's everything, he perceives things, everything to belong to him, right? Including these abandoned buildings. So, but when he needs money, he'll say our school. But the way he conceptualizes, it's his school. Everything belongs to him, including his mama. I mean, thank you, Cozy Rain. User 225 says, I'm surprised wellness checks haven't taken her away. Yeah, there's things I'm sure that are going on behind the scenes. We just have to wait and see how things play out. I do know this, that Umar, he's really in a very precarious situation right now. Who knows what's going to happen over the next week or weeks or the next month or months dealing with all of this. We'll just have to wait and see. And we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't know exactly what has already taken place. I do know some things from what information some people have sent me. I'll leave it at that. But I think that this saga, this aspect of the Umar Johnson saga, dealing with his mama, I think that this is something that hopefully is resolved in her best interest sooner than later. Okay. Thank you, user 225. And then Goddess Pete says he doesn't want the siblings talking to the mom because she will expose what he really has been doing. She would definitely talk. Yeah, this is a really good point. Remember, she refers to Umar as the devil. Okay, and she told Lene things. She also told her grandson things too, Umar's nephew. So who knows what else that she's been able, and that's again, Umar tries to shut all that off, the communication off. See, y'all think about it like this. You guys remember with the I got the final segment for that interview too, for Mary Ann Lauren's interview. You remember when she kept giving examples of Umar saying things like, I only want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to anybody else. It's just you, me and you. I don't want to try to deal with anyone. That's what these cult leaders do. That's what these manipulators, master manipulators do. They want to seclude you. There's another term for it, but they want to seclude you from everyone else so that they can take advantage of you. And so that ultimately other people can't protect you, but then also they want to cut off communication so that you can't talk to those other people, so that they won't find out what the cult leader is doing. In this case, what Umar was doing. Well, this is exactly what he's done with his mother. See, he doesn't want her interacting with anyone else. He doesn't want her talking with he only wants her to deal with him. And he knows that, yeah, isolate, that's the word. He wants to isolate her because he knows that if other people contact her, if the door is open and officials are able to speak with her, then she's going to start talking about her treatment, her living conditions, Umar's manipulation, Umar taking advantage, Umar isolating her from other family members. So that's where things are at. It's about that isolation aspect. People got to be very careful. And that's what abusers do too. People who abuse their spouse, oftentimes they'll do that. They'll isolate the abused spouse will be isolated from other family members that could talk with them or give them guidance or help them or what have you. See? That's Umar. All right. Thank you, Goddess Peach, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
That's right.
How in the hell are we getting a ticket for high grass, uncut grass, when I'm not allowed to go outside to cut it?
Well, you know, they look for every kind of way. Every kind of way.
What do you mean you're not allowed to go outside to cut it? You were out there for the anti-protest protest, and you were out there begging for money. I already showed the receipts. This guy, he's something else. Umar, he lie all the time.
Get it out. But we got to call. Been waiting a while, and we want to invite any of our other listeners if you want to call in 215.
I'll close with this statement, Baba, before you go to the call.
Yeah, what is Father David saying?
I'm just showing a pattern. I'll give you one more, and I'll stop.
Here he go.
People dump on our property all the time. They throw trash all the time.
Sure dumping.
I contacted the city and said, because the city has trash cans that they give to their residents, right?
Right.
I said, could we have a few of those? Because your citizens, the residents are constantly dumping on our food. And we got to...
Look out. Wait a minute. Look how he says, can I have a few of those? What are you talking about, Umar? He want to hook up for trash cans too? Normally you would be able to have that, but probably because you ain't paying bills. Let me stop. Let's go.
Clean it up and pay for it. Can y'all give us a few trash cans that y'all empty up when y'all come down and empty up the other streets? You know what they told me? Absolutely not. That's your responsibility. So I just want to show a pattern of hostile.
It is your responsibility, Umar. What's wrong with this guy? Just like I was saying before, I think he's like kind of stupid. Not to be like that, but it is your responsibility, homeboy. What are you talking about? Someone said it yesterday or the day before yesterday. It's the price of doing business. You want everything for free. I mean, Umar, he's so delusional and so entitled. That's what it is, entitled. I mean, you a broke-ass bum, lazy-ass bum, frog on the log bum, but you feel entitled. How does that work? You don't do shit. For what? Why are you entitled for? Narcissism. You think that somehow that if you pay one bill, the water bill, that they're going to give you some sort of a deal on another bill that ain't got nothing to do with the water bill. What are you talking about? The water bill is from a different company than the city. This is some other stuff that you owe money on since you've been accumulating since February of 2019, but you know, I paid that other bill, the $30,000 for the water, and I told them I don't want to see because I need them to give me a deal because I just want to. No, that's not how it works. Just because you pay one bill don't mean that automatically this other bill randomly you get a deal on it, Umar. Where you going? By the way, when the city gives you these trash cans or whatever, where you gonna put them at? In the school? Because if you leave them outside, they're gonna get taken. So where in your mama closet? Don't do that, Umar. Come on now. Umar, don't put them trash cans in your mama closet. Don't do that. That's too much. But you see, he got to have a hookup. If you need these trash cans so bad so that you can pick up all this trash, which evidently that's not happening anyway, why don't you go to Home Depot and go put down 10, 20, 30, 40 bucks, homeboy? It's not that deep.
Behavior, negligent behavior, and discrimination, and I think it's going to ultimately land us in court. But before we go to that level, I want to exhaust every possible avenue on the municipal level to show.
This chat room is crazy. This chat room is nuts. Kay says sanitation center at FDMG. Yeah, everybody bring your trash and just throw it on down. Won't you come on down? All right. Yeah, he is. I know. I noticed that. Father David, he tired of this bullshit. He's like this nigga right here. He really tested my nerve. All right. Here we go.
That I tried to solve this problem.
This is crazy. I gotta get some more smooth. Everybody.
Within the city government of Wilmington, Delaware, before we take them to court. I got a few more people to email, and ask for their intervention and opinion and investigation. And if I get nowhere with them, and I don't think I will, if I don't get anywhere with them, then the next level is we're going to have to take them to court for discrimination. We have enough evidence to prove it. Go ahead, Bob.
I was saying it should be a lot of attorneys that would want to take this your situation on pro bono.
Nah, Delaware is a small state, and you got to find somebody licensed in Delaware who's going to be willing to litigate on our behalf.
Wow.
And I can't seem to find a black attorney who has the guts to do it.
Wow.
So, you know, we probably have to find somebody of another race, which is fine with me, as long as they can do the job. But you got to remember, a lot of people in this day and time with Donald Trump as president, and he's pushing his white supremacy rhetoric, a lot of people, you know, fighting for black justice is not popular in the Donald Trump administration.
Isn't that something?
And because fighting for black justice is not popular in the Donald Trump administration, there's not going to be a lot of attorneys stepping up to help us out.
I ain't touching that. All right, let's go to the phone line and talk to William. Good afternoon, William. How you doing today? Thanks for holding on.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Dr. Umar, great man. Thank you for what you're doing for brothers and sisters of the day. But Dr. Umar, I got so much respect for you, and I've been following you the last couple of years. And I know that you're a truthful man, and you expose people to the truth. And in doing that, you're exposing the system of how the people do things, how like white people do things, I'm going to say, or the people in power. Because to me, all white people ain't the devil and all white people ain't bad. But Dr. Umar, I'm just surprised that you're surprised about what they're doing now. And I'm listening to you, and I'm just surprised, and I know that they're probably listening because they like, well, what did you think? You've been exposing our game for years, and now you want to sit down and play our game. What did you think was going to happen? You know, but you trying to put your name on something, you know.
I'm not surprised,
and everything. Like
I'm not
you are
surprised.
positive. And this is what I wanted to say. And I heard you say about, at the end of your statement, about now what you got to do is you got to go get somebody, a lawyer, probably a white lawyer or somebody, to put their name up above yours for this adventure that you're on. I would have suggested that had been done first because you done called the man out so many times, which is the truth, on their games and how black people in our country has been doing the wrong things. And now, you know, you want to sit down at that table. But I think that you could get more when you put your name on something. You got to expect that that's the way they're going to rock and roll with you. You know, and as far
you're
as Delaware
absolutely right, Baba, and I'm not surprised.
I think going into Delaware.
Father David was like, boy, that's funny. Let's keep going.
Baba David, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. I wanted to say, Baba, that I agree with you. I completely agree with your assessment. I'm not surprised. Let me tell you what surprises me, and I really can't be surprised at that either. So let me just say what bothers me, because I'm not surprised.
What?
You're right. Everything you just said, I co-sign. What bothers me is you had black people in the city government of Wilmington who knew that they were going to sell our schools without me knowing and didn't bother to send me a text message. They could have.
This guy, he lies so much. Listen, they told him that this was going to happen back in March 7th of 2025. Umar admitted that on accident. But this guy, he lies so much, it's crazy.
Got somebody on the street and said, yo, they could have called a cousin.
Yeah, listen to Umar's tone, too. This is a miniature crash out. Lene talked about this. It's very true.
The nephew, brother, say, listen, I need you to get in touch with Dr. Umar and let him know that they about to try to sell his school. Nobody sent me no heads up. And that's what bothers me. I'm not surprised because I know how Negroes do in city government. But it still bothers you because I'm like, I'm doing this for our children. We don't get no money from the state of Delaware. We don't get no money from the U.S. government. We don't get no money from the city of Wilmington, Delaware. This is the people's money that bought them schools.
There you go, Patrick. Yeah, James sent me a link. Umar is scheduled to be at Texas State University on October 8th. Okay, so that is confirmed. I don't know why he has a question mark on his Instagram. Maybe he'll accept the money and then he'll not show up. We'll have to wait and see.
People's money that renovated them schools. The people's money that's going to operate them schools. And you ain't got enough respect for what we try to do for our children that you're not even going to make sure I get noticed that y'all.
This guy, he lies so much. Yeah, he does. He always plays the victim, and he's trying to rally his followers. That's part of it too. Is Umar? He's a rebel rouser. You know, this is why Umar, like we were saying at the beginning of this live stream, he's always involved in some mess, but it's self-created. As an example, what happens if the city sues Umar for defamation? See, because he's been talking reckless about the city, right? Or the brother that sent the email to the other brother that blah, 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 blah. You guys know the story. The brother that, excuse my stomach, I need to get something to eat. I'm trying to do this smoothie, but it ain't popping. Okay, I'm gonna do my best though. What if the city decides to sue Umar for all this? What happens if one of Umar's followers, they kind of follow along with this foolishness? It's all a bunch of lies. Umar's painting a false narrative, and they decide to go up there and who knows, go curse somebody out inside the offices up there in Wilmington, government office, whatever. Well, okay, what happens then? See, but Umar has a history of this type of behavior, and he incites these types of things. See? But that's because Umar, he's a rebel rouser. That's what he does. And you can go back to when he was a actual school psychologist, he was causing problems. You can go back to when he was in the UNIA, he was causing problems like this. You can even look at when he gets his side D. They kicked him out at first. He was able to get back in, and he strong-armed them into giving him a degree, giving him the side D. He actually tells a story. But that's what he does. He incites mess, and then he wants to wonder why stuff happens the way that it happens. And then what does he do after he does all this foolishness, and then stuff starts happening? All of a sudden, he starts blaming everybody else, and it's everyone else's fault. There has to be a psychological term for a person that does that. They start shit, and they keep starting shit, and then when shit come back to them, they blame other people for it. Patrick looking all confused. Poor Patrick.
About to try to sell these fools behind my back, and that's what bothers me. That black people would see that about to go down, and nobody would say a damn word about it.
Well, again, like I said in my post, and as I said on the show, you know, just a brainwashing. Brainwashing, simple, plain and simple. Some people just don't want to get involved.
Yeah.
People kept
Umar is a habitual instigator. That's what it is. That's what I don't know if that's a actual mental health term, but he is. He's a habitual instigator. He's always causing mess, and then he blames it. Then when it comes back to him, all of a sudden it's everybody else's fault. He went at Tariq Nasheed for years. Then when Tariq Nasheed goes back at him and roasts the shit out of him, Umar tries to act like he's the victim. What's up, East B? Passive aggressive Tuesday. It's called effeminacy. Let me look that one up. Having characteristics and ways of behaving traditionally associated with no, that's not what that is. Don't do that. Let's keep going.
Telling me, why are you still supporting that man? I said because he's doing some great things in our community. That's why I support him. Whether he
okay, listen, Moses. I'm sorry. Listen, Father David, can you give me 10 tangible things that Umar is doing in the black community outside of running his mouth? I'll wait.
Do the school or just child psychology, he's still doing wonderful things, and that's why I support him. And I will.
Okay, Umar's not a child psychologist. Let's be clear about that. I don't get it. You got him on as a guest, and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Umar's not a child. He's not a child psychologist. He's a school psychologist, and there's a huge difference between the two. Go do the research, Father David. So what?
Continue to support him, regardless. You know,
And let me be clear about something. I said that Umar's a school psychologist. I have to rephrase that, and I apologize. He was a school psychologist. He hasn't practiced in the field of school psychology for 14 years. And yet in 2025, he's still telling people that he's a school psychologist, not a child psychologist, school psychologist. He holds no certification currently as a school psychologist. He holds no certification currently as a national school psychologist. He holds no certification as a principal. He holds no certifications at all, and he's never been licensed as a school psychologist. And he's never been, nor has he ever been licensed as, or held any certifications as a child psychologist. So, Father David, get your shit together, homeboy. Tired of this.
Umar says that he's numb to the criticism, but I just cannot get numb to it.
Yeah, you're right.
And I just respond when I see negative comments about him. But I want to thank you, William, and I understand exactly what you're saying. You know, we should be expecting these type of things, because just like we talk about white supremacy, and they're doing what they should be doing as well.
Shout out to
trying to support their own and subvert what we're trying to do. But we have to be stronger. You know, we need more people on our side instead of more of our people going on their side. That's plain and simple. See, like,
you asked Google, and Umar's picture popped up. Shout out to them today.
They are recruiting a lot of our people to help them.
Yeah, let's shout out to Truth Logic. Yeah, we don't have to get technical. He's basically a shit starter. That's true though. It's true.
Go against black people.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, Baba. I don't even know if there's any white folks in this particular chain of events.
No, they got their.
I'm telling you,
yeah.
I think it's all black folks.
Way.
For the commission of LNI, everybody else is black.
Anti-black.
What's up, black?
I mean, I'm sure you know the power structure is white. We know that.
That's right.
The mayor's white.
No, you're right.
You know, I'm sure the high execs are white. So we know but I'm saying this is not taking place at the top of it. This is at the bottom of the power structure where this is kind of taking place.
Well, what do house Negroes do?
So there's people who make things happen for us who are sabotaging.
That's
like how she refused to put through my waiver request.
Yeah.
That email I sent her October 14th, that was an official request for a waiver. Why you didn't put it through?
Or try to give you the permit for your...
Quit whining, you 51-year-old baby. Damn.
It needs the bill number and the amount. You already know the bill number and the amount because it comes from you.
And that's the same woman. Is that the same woman that didn't want to give you the permit for the festival as well?
No, these are all different women, but they all sisters.
They all work for the same system.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Y'all see that? Did y'all catch that? Wow. See, his main supporters are women. But you see what he says there? Damn.
That was an official request for a waiver. Why you didn't put it through?
Or try to give you the permit for your...
It needs the bill number and the amount. You already know the bill number and the amount because it comes from you.
And it's the same woman. Is that the same woman that didn't want to give you the permit for the festival as well?
No, these are all different women, but they all sisters.
Yeah.
Wow, you hear that? Damn. Man, that's crazy. He's painting a crazy narrative. Now, he did go at the brother, though, that replied to that email, but it sounds like he's trying to paint a narrative that when it comes to this paperwork stuff and him being denied certain things, that somehow it's a conspiracy, but it's the women.
All work for the same system.
But remember, the finance system sits in charge of delinquent account.
Black Wolf, don't do that. Black Wolf says, Patrick looking up how many No, don't do Patrick. Like, I like Patrick. Don't do him like that, Black Wolf. He kept looking down though at his phone, and Black Wolf says, Patrick looking up how many items he needs to deliver. All right. Let me focus. Oh man, this chat room is ridiculous. he waiting on it. Somebody said he waiting on the DoorDash orders to come through. Oh man, boy, this chat room is a mess. Damn. Oh my god. Because I kept wondering why he kept looking down. Now it makes sense. All right. Shout out to Black Wolf. Now I gotta be worried and watch Patrick checking on them orders. Hold on.
Commission of L&I, everybody else is black.
Anti-black.
Oh,
you don't got to be.
I mean, I'm sure that, the power structure is white. We know that.
That's right.
The mayor's white. I'm sure that high.
10 minutes away.
Next to white. So we know what I'm saying. This is not taking place at the top of it. This is at the bottom of the power structure where this is kind of taking place.
Well, what do house Negroes do?
So there's people who make things happen for us who are sabotaging. Like how she refused to put through my waiver request. That email I sent her October 14th, that was an official request for a waiver. Why you didn't put it through?
I tried to give you the permit for you.
It needs the bill number and the amount. You already know the bill number and the amount because it comes from you.
And that's the same woman. Is that the same woman that didn't want to give you the permit for the festival as well?
No,
let me
all
get out this
different
chat
women,
room.
but they all sisters.
They all work for the same system.
But remember, the finance sister, the sister in charge of delinquent accounts.
He check it out. Keith said Patrick checking out that GPS. All right. That's enough. Let me get focused. Here we go.
I ain't really gonna. I mean, she had some false information in her email response. She did have some false information in her email response, but she's not really adversarial. The one over vacant property who ignored us for months.
Patrick, focus, brother. Come on now.
Vacant property registration fee waiver back in October. I like Patrick. He may be adversarial. And the sister in charge of special events, I'm damn sure she's adversarial. She went home without giving us a permit, and the city attorney had to call her back in or make her boss call her back in to give us a permit. She went home for the weekend, Baba, knowing
So what? Quick. Why did he whine so much? Man, you're supposed to be Never mind.
Wow.
She went home for the weekend knowing we didn't have a permit. It had to be called back in to give us our damn permit.
Wow.
We've been going through this since we got to school.
Look at Father David is laughing at Umar. Patrick, the 7-Eleven order is ready, sir. All right.
Well, like you said, you don't think it's going to get easy. Yeah, it's not going to get easy. But I still want to talk to you, Dr. Umar. So what now? So
we're almost done.
Are you going to get a certificate of occupancy?
Let me tell you what's next. Two things are next.
Yes.
Number one, okay,
here we go.
3 things are next. Number one is I got to continue to seek due process against the city of Wilmington, Delaware, for trying to sell our schools without any notification at all for 4 to 5 months. That's number one. This looked like this was a clear setup to strip us of our property without due process. So that's number one. I got to continue to contact all these different city officials to see if anybody going to step in and say, wait a minute, this was wrong. This was wrong. This man emails you 4 times, you ignored him. He talked to you on the phone 4 times. You promised to call him back, you never did. And then for 4 to 5 months, he never gets no correspondence of any kind from anybody in the city of Wilmington, Delaware.
You already said that, crybaby. Cut it out.
And then we try to we get a judgment on him August the 5th and take him to sheriff's cell, and we don't even tell him we doing it. This ain't right. So I'm hoping somebody will step in and say that he was done wrong. This was wrong. Nobody's saying that. They're not even addressing the issue. The L&I commissioner sent the email, Baba, and he said, well, we can do a walkthrough of the property.
That's what he said. I'm listening. I got to take a break from listening to Umar. We're almost done with this video, but I just have to. Yeah, he said 4 to 5 months. Patrick canceled his donations. He canceled all the donations he sent to Umar. Yeah, that's Umar. I don't know why he says months, But it's crazy because I actually sometimes say month, but I'll say months. I don't know why he does that. I ain't never heard nobody. Maybe that's how they say it in Philadelphia. I don't know. And he loves saying months. That's one of his favorite things is months. Months. Thanks, Didi Vera. Gracias. SH Play says, Umar wants us to forget he had 6 years to get bills in order. Yeah. See, that's part of the narrative that he spins. He's trying to make it seem like all this is in a compacted period of time, 4 or 5 months. No, this goes back 6.5 years. See, that's how you know Umar is, for you Umar Johnson followers, that's how well, I shouldn't say it that way. Umar Johnson followers, this is an example that you can use of Umar seeking to manipulate you by painting a false narrative. He wants you to believe that over the last 4 to 5 months, that all of this has transpired. But he's not talking about the fact that these bills go back to February of 2019 that he hasn't paid. And we've talked about this over while we've been doing this series. If you don't pay your bills, what happens? Shit happens, right? It doesn't matter what bill it is. One way or the other, shit's going to happen. If you don't pay on the bill for whatever reason, even if they've contacted you at a certain point, they're not going to waste their time. They may have people call you, whatever, but they'll just sit back and be like, okay, that's okay. Well, we'll just let this interest, accrue. That's fine. You still owe it. So if you don't pay your phone bill, a consequence is your phone going to get cut off. And then you're going to cry about it afterwards. And see, here's the thing. If you don't pay your phone bill, just think of it like this, a microcosm. If you don't pay your phone bill, it's not like the day after the bill is due, they cut your phone off, right? There'll be some time that'll pass, then an email will be sent to you, a text message, your bill is past due, and then more time will pass, right? And then ultimately, someone will contact you, and they'll keep calling you. It's the phone company. They got your number. Shit. And if you don't answer, they'll leave messages. If you do answer, they'll say, listen, this bill is past due. We need to get this paid. Otherwise, they'll send you a letter in the mail, termination that the phone's going to be cut off until payment is received, right? But that doesn't happen right after the bill is past due. The day after it was due. That's not how that works. Okay, right? We all know this. So that's more of a macro microcosm. Let's look at it on a macro level here. I got that right? Yeah. I may have it backwards. In this case with Umar, we're talking about bills that were accumulating and going past due starting in March of 2019, because he purchased the trap bundles in February of 2019. I remember we used to look up those bills, and you see each month he's not paying on them. And they just keep, and then interest, fees, just keep accruing. And then we get all the way, to 6.5 years later. And then this is the point is after they've already contacted Umar numerous times, they've sent him letters. They've sent him emails, I'm sure. They've made phone calls. They have people that's all they do is make phone calls, like they're dealing with these types of issues. And many times what they'll do is they'll outsource. They'll go into a contract because there's such a huge number of people that they need to contact to try to get money from that have past due bills. So they'll outsource it to a company. And that company, all they do is they try to make phone calls and contact people to try to get that money. You guys know how this works. So the point is that it's 6.5 years later. Okay, now this is on a bigger level. It's a whole lot more money and it's a whole lot more time, but the same rule applies. That they will contact you and reach out to you and give you plenty of time to resolve it. Just like with the phone company on a much smaller scale. They're going to contact you and give you plenty of time to resolve it. But what Umar is doing is he's trying to, for you Umar Johnson followers, he's trying to paint this narrative that there's some sort of conspiracy with the city of Wilmington, and that they're trying to sabotage him, and that this is something that's just taken place recently, and they didn't tell him any of this was taking place, even though he said earlier on in this particular video, he said that they contacted him on March 7th, 2025. Well, on March 7th of 2025, Umar said they contacted him. His bank accounts weren't frozen then. Why didn't he pay this shit off then? See, Umar didn't mean to say that. He messed up. He didn't mean to say that. Earlier on in this video, we covered it a couple of days ago, this section. He didn't mean to say March 7th that they contacted me about that this was all past due and that these buildings may be going off to sheriff's sale. But he slipped up. He told the truth for once. And so therefore, everything else that he said after that about this whole situation and before this, in terms of the timeline, it's a lie. So what he's trying to do, like SH Play is saying here, is he wants you Umar Johnson followers. He wants you guys, because he ain't talking to us, so we know what's going on. He wants you Umar Johnson followers to forget that he had 6 years, really 6.5 years, but let's go with 6 years to get the bills in order to pay them off. Not that this just happened over the last couple of months, 3 or 4 months. Better. Now y'all see? See, that's what you call a master manipulator. He's a pathological liar. And he will get on here and lie on the city of Wilmington because he doesn't want to hold himself accountable for the fact that he done tricked off all this money and he wasn't handling basic bills that he should have been paying going back 6.5 years ago, not 3 to 4 months. All right. Thank you, SS Play. Thanks, Didi Better. All right, let me get caught up in this chat room with the super chats, and then we'll finish up this video. We probably got about maybe 10 more minutes on it. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. There is a poll question. We got 1,893 votes. Let's try to get to 2,000 before we close out. We'll probably go for another 20 minutes here. When will Umar Johnson go back online and beg for money? That is the poll question. 31% said today, 20% said Friday, 10% said Saturday, and 39% said sometime next week. My vote is he's going to have to do it soon. I really don't know. I don't know, because the block is hot. He knows that. There's so many people who are speaking and criticizing Umar online. It's incredible. I've never seen this ever. But he has to get back to begging one way or the other. I'm going to say, see, if I say sometime next week, then Umar going to do it this weekend. So I'm going to say sometime next week. That way, if you do it this weekend, then we going to go live this weekend. See, if I say sometime next week, he want to prove me wrong. So he going to say, yeah, well, I better live stream on Saturday or on Sunday and beg for money, or Friday. Well, when he do, we going to go live that day, right? Okay, so make sure you get your vote in. We're already at 1,899 likes, 1,901 likes now. Okay, so we just need 100 more votes, and we'll get to 2,000. We're doing great on likes too. We're already way over 500. We're at 743. Okay, I don't want to be greedy, but let's try to see if we can get to 800. Okay, it's doable with the time that we have left. If you enjoyed the show at any point, I'm going to hit that like button. It just takes 2 seconds. It makes a huge difference too. It makes a huge difference. Also, I don't want to tell people to subscribe. I never really do that. I can't even remember the last time I did that. But I want to say this, that we're at 87,300 and something subscribers. It's actually possible that we may be able to get to 1,000 by the end of the year. Okay. And if we don't do it, if we have to go into the next year in order to do it, or if we don't get to it, that's possible too. We may never get to it. But if we get to 100,000, we'll make sure we'll do a celebration. We'll have a special live stream and all that stuff. Okay. I may sing some songs to y'all. Okay. Quick core chats undefeated. Let's get back. Let me do the rest of these super chats real quick. Thanks, Q the barber from earlier. Also, this one too. I want to find this video right here because that was an excellent example. Umar, he be lying. Thank you again. Yeah, I got to. I checked that too. I confirmed that. Someone sent a link to it. So yeah, you're right about that. Thank you, ZZ Top. Let's see. Laurie says begging for renovations. Never got that one. Say he thinks FDMG is his house. Yeah, we got that one too. User 225 says I'm surprised. Wellness. Okay, we talked about that one too. Yeah, this was a really good point right here. Yeah, this is a really good point. So we'll have to wait and see. You know, I hope that his sister decides to come out, and she's welcome on this platform, and we will treat her very well with respect. Okay. Bougie Barbie says, Lennon, Umar says he wants a school for Black boys, but is it legal to do that in the U.S.? I mean, what if other races of children want to go there? Okay, so there's 2 things here. One of the reasons why Umar talks about how he does not want the school to have anything to do with the government, even though he has tax exempt status, and that's the government. See, when it comes to the money, he wants to benefit that what the quote unquote, as he says, the white man will give him by having tax exempt status. But then on the other hand, you know, he doesn't want the government having anything to do with his school. He wants to do whatever he wants to. He wants to run it the way that he wants to run it. And also he wants it to be an all Black boys school. Well, let's be clear about something. Oh, that's one point I want to make. the second point is that you can't run a school simply based on race. It's against the law. Let's be clear about that. See, Umar, he thinks that simply because he has an independent school, he can do whatever he wants to, but legally he won't be able to get away with that. Okay? Now, let's say that there's hypothetically speaking, Bougie, that Umar has 50 students that are enrolled and they're all black boys. And then let's say that there is a Latino or 2 Latinos and 3 white boys that want to attend, and they apply, and Umar denies them acceptance simply because of, quote unquote, put in quotations, race. Okay, what happens then? Well, it's very simple. They could sue Umar for discrimination, racial discrimination, because you can't do it based on race. Now, there are loopholes that people can get around. Like, for instance, there are schools that are only Christian. There are loopholes that they can, at least I don't know what they call those. Or there are schools that are religious based. Okay, that's a different dynamic, but there's still rules and regulations that have to be applied. But in this case, you can't discriminate simply based on race. Now, let me explain something to you guys. Umar knows this. And how do I know that Umar knows this? Well, I can't remember which, it was years ago, but I can't remember which Breakfast Club interview he was on. Someone posed that question. I believe that was on the Breakfast Club. I have it in my notes, but they posed the question: how are you going to have a school? It may not have been a black Breakfast Club, but I have it in my notes. How are you going to have an all-black school? Isn't that, and I'm paraphrasing, isn't that against the law? And Umar, you should have seen how he responds to that, because he doesn't necessarily answer it directly. It was more of like a passive-aggressive way, because he didn't really have an answer for it, because he knows that he's not going to be able to get away with that. There's litigation. He's going to get sued for that shit. He says something to the effect, I got to find the video. One day I'll have to pull it up. He says something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing, that, that's something that we're going to have to work out. Something to that effect. He didn't give a definitive answer to that, because he knows that that's something that it's just not going to fly. But Umar thinks that somehow he can get away with it because it's an independent school and it's not receiving any government funding, any grants, so forth and so on, and that therefore he's not subject to any type of legality. Okay, that's a problem in and of itself. Let me say one other thing. If a white person said, I'm going to open up a school for white boys only, are they going to be able to get away with that? So why the fuck we think that Umar is going to get away with it? Because he's Big Papa? Just something to think about. Something to think about. Now, again, there are some loopholes that people can kind of finagle, but you can't discriminate on anything based upon race. If just because you're not getting government funding, that's irrelevant. Furthermore, if you have tax exempt status, you can't discriminate based upon race. See? So let me say one other thing. Umar hasn't thought this through far enough. The reason why he says he wants an all-black school is because this is part of quote-unquote Pan Africanism, but he doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing anyway. He don't know. He hasn't thought that far ahead. And real talk, Bougie Barbie, and Umar's, it don't really matter anyway to Umar, because he knows he's never going to open up a functional school. But he can get more money out of black people. He says it's for only black, it's for black boys only. See? All right. Thank Bougie for the super chat. The hope fiend next door. I like that. Says his name should be Dr. Jumar. Considering the way this man takes advantage of his own culture. He is sick. Yeah, he's Umar has spent the last 20 years, at least 20 years, 2 decades, manipulating black people and exploiting black people. And I'm just starting from 2005 in the UNIA. If you guys even look at his UNIA letter, everything that you need to know about Umar is there. It's just you see different iterations of who Umar is from 2025, from 2005 all the way up here to 2025. But everything is there. One of the days we need to sit down and just read that and just go through it point by point, because what you'll see is everything that Umar is saying, even right now, about the city of Wilmington, it's said in that UNI letter, UNIA resignation letter, about the sabotage, and how people were trying to stop him in the UNIA, just like these black people are trying to stop him in Wilmington, Delaware. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing. That's Umar. He is a creature of habit. He's a rebel rouser, and he goes around causing problems. He's a professional shit talker and a professional shit starter. And everywhere he goes and everyone he deals with, he blows things up and he burns bridges, and then he blames everyone else. Well, he did the same thing back in the UNIA, and he's doing the same thing now dealing with the stuff with the city. He did the same thing with Lene. He did the same thing with me, talking about our hacking to his bank accounts. Well, that's Umar. See, but all of this is to paint Umar as the perpetual victim. And therefore, part of two, let's be clear about this. Umar perceiving himself to be a victim, it is also associated with himself perceiving himself to be some great black leader, because that's part of the struggle. That's why he'll say shit like that. This is part of the struggle. And there's another term he used. I can't think of it right now, but this is part of the struggle, and we got it. No struggle, no progress, this type of thing. He feels he feels he's a martyr, a living martyr. But really all he's done is exploited black people throughout the process. See? Thank you for the super chat. The Hope Fiend Next Door. That's a nice name. Okay. All right. How's it going, Little Gaming Channel? Says Umar going to have the kids stepping on cans for extra. They're going to be stepping on cans and recycling. And Umar going to have them kids walking down the street with them bags of cans to go get the money. Then they got to give them all the money. He ain't going to let them touch the money. He just going to let them bring the bags down. And I'm dumping in the machine. He's going to be standing right there waiting for the money to come out. Can you imagine? Because Umar's lazy. He gonna be telling them to do stuff that he should be doing. Could y'all? I need y'all to get me a pencil. I said, what are you doing? I mean, Umar be sitting at the desk and the kids is in the classroom. He called on the intercom. Little Timmy, I need you to bring me a pencil. Poor little Timmy. Yeah, that's Umar. Okay. All right. Thanks, Little Gaming Channel. Hope you're doing all right. Okay, let me get to the rest of these and we're gonna finish up. T says he's into dark spiritual practice and uses spells. Listen, I would propose that Umar, even his when he talks to people and he says things 3 times, it's a form of spell casting. It's just in the form of repetition. And master manipulators, they use those types of techniques. They'll repeat things over and over and over again. It's a form of mind control. I used to do a lot of work dealing with mind control and media manipulation. I had a show. It was a podcast before podcast, because this is way long time ago. It was dealing with media manipulation. I would talk about these types of things. That's why I could tell so clearly with Umar. He's a propagandist too. That's why when he paints these narratives, that's him. It's propaganda. And part of it, the way that he's able to capture his audience, and in some cases he has them believing in foolishness, is through the repetition. Well, it's a form of spell casting in essence. It's manipulating people's minds to where they perceive reality as one thing when it's something totally different. That's why I say Umar, he's like a shapeshifter in that way. His followers, they see him in a certain way, but that's carefully crafted over decades now of manipulation and propaganda. None of it's true. And one of the main manipulative devices that Umar has used over the decades is repetition. You'll say shit 3 times. Sometimes you'll say 4 or 5. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Lene said that he doesn't do that in person. What does that tell you? See? Thank you, T. Blackwood says, man, Baba David, a.k.a. clogged throat, can't be this fucking stupid and slow to believe Umar is truthful at all after all these years. Baba can be real talk, Black Wolf. I think Father David knows. That's why he be laughing. He'll hear Umar talking, because he's had Umar on enough. This is an important point. He's had Umar on enough to know when Umar's bullshitting. And we've watched enough of Umar videos where we know, okay, he's starting to bullshit right here. Because sometimes Umar be talking, you be like, okay, all right. Then he starts saying something. Okay, here's the bullshit. Here we go. And I can see it clearly. I know exactly. Okay, bullshit time. Right away. Okay, and then when he stopped, okay, he's done with the bullshit. Okay, well, Father David, he's had Umar on many times. He knows this by now. He's old too. He knows what it is. But A lack of integrity. He plays along with it. Why? Because it brings views. It brings ratings. He know Umar is on some bullshit. He knows it. That's why he be chuckling. He be laughing. Every once in a while, he'll challenge Umar just to kind of prod a little bit. And there was that one video where he was going back at Umar. And I thought Umar would never go back to his channel. They proved me wrong. Y'all remember that? Yeah, Father David, he was coming out the box. He was like, nah. Yeah. So I don't think that it's just real talk. I think that, yeah, there is a fandom aspect to this, but it has more to do with the clout that Umar has. You take away the clout, then the fandom shrinks. And then Father David, he wouldn't even have Umar. It would be no point. It would be no point. And yeah, you're right. It's been years. He knows what's up. Thank you, Blackwolf. SH Play, Umar wants to, yeah, okay, that was a good point too, right there. I got that one. Thank you so much. Let me scroll up, make sure I didn't miss anybody up here. Okay, I think I'm all caught up there. Let's see. Christopher said, "What's up, Chris?" Says Umar whines so much he'll win a GM dance. What is a GM dance contest? I don't even know what that is. I'm scared to look it up. Let me see. I hope nothing crazy pop up. Oh, I don't even know what. I don't even know what that is. There's stuff that's coming up that says GM modern dance and stuff. There's a GM dance center. It's ballet though. I don't know. GM dance company. Let me click on it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm scared to look even further. Chris, I'm gonna leave that one right there. Okay. Someone said a Jamaican. Okay, my bad. So Christopher said Umar whines so much he'll win a Jamaican dance. Okay, now I got you. Because there's some other stuff popping up on here. I said, oh, Chris, why you do me like that? Okay, thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Yeah, he be whining. All right. Miranda says, I'm in tears. Yeah, I know. Cookware chat's hilarious. That's why I try my best to stay up out of there. You know, sometimes I'll be looking over and I just have to come back and then I'll look over again and I got to keep myself in order. Because once I get caught up in there, it's hard to get up out of there. My stomach was hurting. Yeah. Shout out to the Cookware chat's undefeated. Undefeated. I'll say it 3 times. Undefeated. We got to 800 likes too. Thank you guys so much. And we need 21 more votes to get to 2,000. Okay, we can do that. Okay, we got about 10 more minutes on this video. Thank you, Miranda, for the super chat. I'm glad you're enjoying. And if anyone else, if you're enjoying this live stream or at any point you've enjoyed this live stream, go on and hit that like button. Okay, it'll take you 2 seconds. Really, just already done. Okay? I would like it myself, but I don't. It's a little arrogant, don't you think? Okay, thanks, Miranda. And SH Play says he's treating school bills like he treats child support. He lets it boil over. You're absolutely right about that. It's not just that Umar doesn't pay the school bills. Umar don't pay bills. That's another good point. That's why even the idea notion of Umar running anything, he doesn't even pay basic bills. How's he going to run a school? He don't have an accountant to do it for him. I'm going to tell you guys, Umar is a type of person where bills will come in and he'll say, okay, I'll take care of that later. I'm going to get to that. That's how his life is, though. Look at the renovations. Yeah, I'll get to it when I can. He should be up there every single day. SH Play from February of 2019, working, not saying we working, but actually working every single day. Any man in here in the Cook Quest chat who's a real man, if people gave you from 2019 through 2024 $1.6 million and you purchased these abandoned buildings, from day one you would have been up there live streaming it too, working every single day. You're not gallivanting around the world, traveling, crushing cookies over in Africa, over in Iran, Iraq, Japan, and the bubble bath. You remember that? You're not going to be wasting time doing any of that stuff. You're not going to be down in South America. You're not going to be down there over there in Europe and the UK, right? You're not going to be over there in Australia. You're not going to be down in Atlanta sniffing and blinking. You're not going to be over in California. Now here we go. You're not going to be in Texas. You're not going to be in Massachusetts, Pennsylvania. You see, I'm not good at what you call. I'm trying to think of other states. You know what I'm saying? You go down to Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, in Butu land, whatever. You're not going to be wasting time doing all that stuff. From day one, you're going to be handling business. So same thing with Umar when it comes to bills. He's the type of person, okay, I'm going to get to that when I get to it. Where does he put his bills to, by the way? In his mama closet? In his rental car? At FDMG with all the trash and filth? No. He don't handle business. So what happens is he'll say, okay, I'm gonna get to that. And it just piles up for weeks, for months. Other bills come, months and months and months. Then it turns into a year. And then that year turns into 2, and then it turns into 3, and then it turns into 4, and then it turns into 5, turns into 6, and in this case, 6.5 years, and then all this takes place with the city, and now he want to blame the city for it. You know what else too? By the way, now I think about this, I'm sure that there's been other times where Umar has owed money on certain things, and he don't pay it until it gets to the very last straw. Like with this situation. Again, if they're going to sell these shits, that's the very last straw. But he'll wait. He'll let it sit. Same thing with the child support. He says it. I pay it in bulk. I can pull it up and play it for you guys right now. Don't make me do it. What kind of man, what kind of father lets child support accumulate, and he gets all these bench warrants, and then once they call him into court, then he pays it off. Once he finally comes into court, he finally pays it off. He pays it off in bulk. That's what Umar said. Some of y'all think I'm bullshit. I'm going to pull it up. What kind of man? I need to get a new keypad because the letters are all then gone off. I got like maybe 10 letters that are left. All the other I can't even so frugal. It's ridiculous. Let me see here. What do I have this? I think it's in this document. Oh, wait, I know how I can find it. I could just type in child support. Yeah, it's one of these. I think it's this one. Let me see. There you go.
I think that many sisters may try to throw me under the bus in an attempt to get closer to Big Bird. After me, he probably has the second
He's talking about Tariq Nasheed here. He calls him Big Bird. He don't know how to roast at all.
Largest platform outside of our brothers and sisters in the entertainment industry. So, you know, they're probably looking at this and they say, hey, if I throw Dr. Umar under the bus, that might get me in with him. But what they fail to realize is that Big Bird isn't interested in traditional African women with traditional African features. He doesn't do dark skin. He don't do locks. He don't do twisties. He don't do afro. He's very much European in his appeal and in his tastes. So black women who are willing to...
Yeah, let me play it because it's interesting. I ain't watched this in a while. He's talking about Tariq Nasheed. And he's talking about Tariq Nasheed's wife. She's mixed, but he shouldn't be doing. There should be a code. You shouldn't be going after other people's wives, but he's going after my wife too, bitch ass. Wouldn't do it. I guarantee he wouldn't do that in my face. I guarantee it. I ain't even about that life. I'm cool, but it's okay. I'm gonna leave it right there.
Destroy Dr. Umar to try to get in with him. I don't know how far that's going to take them.
He's so dramatic.
Well, brothers and sisters, just because they're moving the lynching to a larger area doesn't mean that they are necessarily intimidated by the support that I may get. It may very well be the case that a lot of people have called, but not a lot of people have written letters, or maybe still further, not necessarily will there be a lot of people there Monday
morning. What are you talking
at
about?
9 a.m. in this extreme weather that we have.
Yeah, he's talking about the court case.
So, you know, they may just want to embarrass me on a larger scale. because they're clearly willing to accommodate the larger audience. Maybe they're required to by law. I don't know, but for me, it's not necessarily a cause for celebration. I have to see what happens on Monday at 9 o'clock, and we will take it from there. And I'll know who's really for me and who's not. No, not at all. The reason I'm going to child support isn't because I don't want to take care of my 6-year-old daughter. I'm going to child support because I refuse to give money if I cannot see my child. My daughter's mother has never allowed me to spend a single day with my daughter in her 6.5 years on this planet. If I want to see her, I have to go sit on her grandmother's couch. I don't have a problem paying for my baby, but all I asked for was 1 day a week, and neither my daughter's mother or her mother, the grandmother, have been willing to let me spend 1 day a week with my daughter in 6.5 years. She has never been with her father. So she's taken me to court to avoid working with me, to avoid letting me see my child, but yet they're up on Germantown Avenue selling veggie food, acting like they're holier than thou while keeping a little girl away from her father. I definitely understand.
It's so messy.
The Queens mentioned that sometimes domestic violence may be at play, and women may keep the child away from the father for reasons of domestic violence. Unfortunately, I can't even agree with that, because there is supervised visitation. Working in the schools and having been a child therapist, I know that fathers who have abuse issues can visit with their children at family court. They can visit with their children at the police precinct, and of course we never want a child there. Or the parents can agree on other places for supervised visitation, like church, the community center, another relative's home. So although domestic violence is a very big problem, sisters, please don't use that as an excuse to keep fathers from their children. There is absolutely no reason to keep a dad from his child.
Well, that's crazy.
Well, brothers and sisters, you have to also keep in mind that a lot of us black men who are kept from seeing our children, we often sometimes try to be patient because we feel that we have an ally in the family. In my case, it was the grandmother. I thought that because we had an open line of communication, that she didn't necessarily agree with her daughter, and that sooner or later that grandmom power will come into play in my situation. I wasn't kept from visiting my daughter. I was never kept from visiting my daughter. I was kept from spending alone time with my daughter outside of the grandmother's home. So I was a little bit hopeful. It wasn't until I got the child support letter that the hope had expired. Again, we don't have trouble taking care of our children, but time is just as important as money. And that's our only message to black women. Time is just as important as money. To my beautiful black sisters, there is something that you all have to take responsibility for. And that is, many black women have friends, sisters, cousins, nieces, aunts, who they know are keeping the children from the father, and they don't say anything about it. And what I want black women to understand is, when you are complicit in this war of denying children access to their father, then you contribute to the ever lessening rates of black men who marry black women. One of the biggest reasons a lot of brothers are going outside of the race is they don't have other women in the community to advocate for them once the mother of their children starts playing keep away with the children. And until black women start holding other black women accountable, brothers are going to stop marrying you.
Damn. I ain't gonna have no commentary. Let me pull up the video I meant to play. This guy, he's sick.
Some women don't feel comfortable, coming to like boxing gyms and MMA gyms, and I completely understand.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. That's the wrong version. Let me pull this other one up. This is the condensed version with this exact part in it. Here it is, right here. Go to the 10-minute.
This polygamy,
35-second mark. Here we go.
Eroded the trust between the black man and the black woman. That black men come into relationships
afraid to reproduce with women because if the relationship doesn't work out, they can become economically castrated. They don't want the white man in their business, and I don't want the white man in my business. I missed the child support payment last month. I did, and this is just me personally. I pay my child support in bulks, so I'll pay a couple months at a time. And my youngest daughter mother reported me for missing last month's child support, so I got to go before the judge. Okay, and I should not have to go before the judge. I pay my child support. I've been paying it. My oldest daughter, 19, I've been paying her child support since she was 3 months old.
Okay, and we know that all of this is a lie. He doesn't pay child support on time. I can pull up the receipts to show it for his 3 baby mamas too, by the way. He's had bench warrants. He's had his license revoked. That doesn't happen right away. You see, here we go again. Remember SH Play? Remember that comment you made? Umar wants to make, even this, he wants to make it seem like it's just, for last month. No. Umar consistently does not pay child support. I'm sure if we go on his docket right now, we're going to see new entries. I guarantee it. See, Umar, not only has he had his license suspended, which doesn't happen just because you miss one payment. I already did the research on all that. Umar's been arrested for not paying child support. Does that happen just because you miss one payment? He pays it in bulk. He lets it accumulate. Then he goes and pays it.
My youngest daughter is 10, and I'm just giving y'all this self-disclosure to add context. I should not have to go down there. Dr. Umar ain't got no business going to family court on Monday. I think I got to go down there to meet with this judge. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay the missed payment. So when I get down there, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to pay the missed payment when I get down there, right? And I'm going to go before the judge, and I'm going to tell the judge I missed the payment because I pay in bulk, right? And that's going to be the end of it. But it's a waste of time, and I got to get harassed by the judge. I got to sit around in family court taking pictures with all my supporters, embarrassing myself because I'm back down here in family court for, my daughter's mother's need to try to inconvenience me when she knows she's going to get her money. So child support is often used by women. I'm not saying all women, Sister Judy, but child support is often used by women to get revenge on the black man. So in my case, my youngest daughter's mother, she wanted to get married. I didn't think that was something we needed to do at that time. I would have considered it had we just spent a little bit more time after the birth of my child trying to.
Well, you should have got her pregnant then. What the fuck you talking about? Okay, use a condom. Boy, I've been wanting to drop an N-bomb so bad during this live stream. Go use a condom. What's the big deal? You got her pregnant, then I don't understand that. I don't get it. That's Umar. That's all I can say. This is what he does. And I don't think she wanted to marry you either, because that's not what the daughter said. That's not how it went down. But anyway, Umar. By the way, he's talking about that first baby mama. Here, look, because he pays his child support, and since he pays it on time, except that 1 month. This is from 2002 to 2021. Look at all these docket entries, going all the way back to 2002. He signed the acknowledgement of paternity on August 14th of 2002. You can just read up, go on and read up. See, there was an order to terminate income attachment. That's because he was working back in 2005. Look. Contempt petition issued against the defendant, generic order. That's where they're trying to find his income. Order to vacate a bench warrant. He's getting bench warrants. He's been arrested for not paying child support. Order employer to modify income attachment. That's in 2008. Order employer to terminate a generic order, generic order, generic order. Hearing officer's proposed order entered. Generic order. See, all the generic orders, that's them trying to find his income. And you start to see that more and more when you get around 2010, 2011, because he's not working consistently anymore as a school psychologist. Look at for September 7th of 2011, order to suspend driver's license. Then he gets it restored. See what happened? They suspended it, and then he comes in and pays, and then a couple of days later, they restore his driver's license. because he pays in bulk. Here's another bench warrant, order to vacate a bench warrant. See all the generic orders? He got it, and he gets his driver's license suspended again 5 months later. Because he's paying his child support? No, because he's not paying his child support. And I have all these receipts for all the baby mamas. There's 3 of them. Well, we're going to leave it right there because we need to start winding this down. Here we go.
See if we could make a family. She didn't want no more time. I'm having your child. I need to be your wife. Those are her exact words. That didn't happen, so child support was the result. We had an agreement that I would give her a certain amount of money per month when my daughter was born. And in exchange for that, I would get to see my daughter 1 day a week to start. She was an infant, so I didn't want to keep her away from her mother too often. She was being breastfed, and I respected that, and I wanted that. But again, I was willing to pay the child support. There was no issue at all. At all. Guess what? She took me anyway. So I'm just speaking on behalf of black men who have no business being in the child support system, and we're purely there for the revenge issues of our baby moms. We have to take responsibility, though, Sister Judy, because we got them pregnant. Hold on. We have to take responsibility because we got them pregnant, right? So I wouldn't even be saying this to you if I was more responsible. And because of that, I know that I cannot play the victim role, and I'm not playing the victim role.
Yes, you are. He's something else. Okay, let's get back to the main video. I'm going to go ahead and close out the poll. Let me read our final tallies here, and then we got about 10 more minutes left on this video. There's been over 2,000 votes. Thank you guys so much. 2,077 votes, 78. When will Umar Johnson go back online and beg for money? 30% said today, 20% said Friday, 10% said Saturday, and 39% said sometime next week. Okay, I'm going to say sometime next week so that Umar, he'll feel compelled to prove me wrong, and then he'll live stream this week. And if he does, we'll do a live stream this week. Normally I don't, but I will. Okay, thanks everyone who voted on that poll. I appreciate it. I'm going to close that out. And then we're at 860 likes, which is more than enough. I'm not going to be, I'm going to be grateful. I'm not going to get up here and ask you all to hit that. I'm not going to do it either. I'm going to hit. No, I'm just playing. Okay, let's finish this up. Here we go.
See what you need to get done. Properties into compliance. And then after that, we can do a payment plan. Baba, the L&I commissioner sent the email, Baba, and he said, well, we can do a walkthrough of the properties and see what you need to get done in order to bring the properties into compliance. And then
shouldn't he have done this back in February 2019? He really should have done it before he purchased abandoned building. This is crazy.
And after that, we can do a payment plan. Baba, this is not about walking through the property. We already had our walkthroughs with L&I when we bought the property.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I haven't seen that. Where's the footage of that, Umar?
This is not about that. This is about...
Furthermore, 6.5 years later. My goodness.
Why did you put our properties up for sheriff's sale when you failed to communicate with us for 5 months? Why didn't your secretary ever call us back for 5 months? That's the question. Nobody said nothing about a walkthrough. So he diverted the conversation into building compliance. The conversation is not about building compliance. The conversation is, why did you never respond to this man's request to retroactivate the vacant property fee waiver?
Well,
yeah, we've already covered that. Umar doesn't even understand. I don't understand why he hasn't figured that out. You cannot retroactively, it cannot be retroactively applied. He thinks he's going to get some sort of special, I don't know. It's just, Umar, you a trip. You want to hook up on everything. By the way, I said this before, that Umar putting up fences and erecting fences, this is part of him trying to come into compliance so that he can get into that payment plan. You see? Now he's telling people that he paid it all off, but the website said he went into a payment plan. I'm led to believe the official record from the city of Wilmington that he went into a payment plan. And that's why, in my opinion, he's up here trying to erect fences and stuff so that he can get into compliance so that he can get into that payment plan. All right, here we go.
I think do it, Baba.
I know
if you can't do it, just say that.
I think
Baba, if they would have told us we cannot retroactively apply the vacant property registration fee waiver, we would have just got a payment plan.
I know
they ignored us for 5 months, and nobody is addressing that.
I think that sometimes
Yeah, but why didn't he just go into a payment plan back on March 7th of 2025 when they told him that that the buildings were going to be going up to auction? Back then, his bank accounts weren't allegedly frozen. See how the story doesn't make any sense?
These people that work in license and inspection also work for these developers.
Here we go. Gentrification. Now here be the gentrification conspiracy.
On the side, take
point, Bob.
That's right.
That's a hell of a point.
That's right. Because I had one that do me.
Conflict of interest.
I had one do it to me. I had some contractors that was during the building next to me. Then they went up on my roof to go across to get to the building next to me, and I had security cameras on the side of my building. And next thing I know, I look up and the camera was missing. I said, "Hey, where'd my camera go?" And they was all Mexican. Nobody spoke English. I said, "Somebody gonna tell me what happened to my camera. Ain't nobody been up on my roof but y'all." And they said, "Well," so I said, "Well, you better get your." I said, "I bet you when I call the police out here, somebody gonna speak English and tell me what happened to my camera." And then all of a sudden, my camera appeared. And so I told him, I said, "Well, I need to talk to your boss." And the boss, white man, came out and he said, "Well, what can I do to rectify this?" So I said, "Well, you can maybe give me some money for my pain and suffering." And do you know the license and inspection guy had a black guy had to come in. "Oh, you got to, don't take advantage of this developer." I said, "Man, you got to be out your mind." I said, "He must be on the tape. Got to be on the tape."
Wow.
Father David was trying to come up. He's trying to get paid. Wow.
Well, I will tell you this, Baba. We regularly get notifications from realtors, gentrifiers, who want to buy our buildings.
That's
we
right.
regularly
That's right.
get them in the mail.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that somebody, you're not going to tell me that you don't communicate with this man for 5 months. After he just paid a $30,000 water bill. And your secretary does not respond to any of his phone calls or any of his emails looking for clarity. You let 4 to 5 months go by without no communication at all, and the next time he hears from y'all, there's a sign on his door, and y'all didn't even tell him that there would be one.
So if a developer has his eyes on that property and he's working along with the inspector,
I believe that can be true. I very much believe that can be the case.
All right.
I very much believe that I could be getting
Boy, this is ridiculous.
sold out by black folks who's trying to help somebody acquire our property, but they're not going to get it.
That's right.
I just hope I don't have to bring all my supporters to Wilmington, Delaware, and march on the city. I hope we ain't got to go that far. But I think for some Negroes, they got to see your power. Some people, they don't know how to stop picking with you. You know, I'm hoping we don't have to go there. I'm just there to open this school. I don't want to get involved in nothing except this school in Wilmington, Delaware. I just want to do a school for our boys. That's it. Just let me do my school.
He's always the victim.
Stop sabotaging. Stop working against me. Stop ignoring my emails. Stop ignoring my phone calls. Stop lying on me to YouTubers. Stop choosing not to process my paperwork. Stop trying to get me on every little teeny-weeny technicality that you don't use on nobody else. It's just sad, Baba.
I think that once you open up the school, it'll get.
And there has to be some sort of mental diagnosis for someone who blames everyone else for everything. Man.
Better, it'll lighten up because they think that they have failed to stop you.
I wish, and eventually, Baba, we're going to have to go to the mayor because I have not gotten to the mayor yet because I want to go through everybody under the mayor. I want to respect his office. I want to respect his office. So I went through the chief of staff. I got no answers from him. Commissioner of L&I.
Really quick, a consistent pattern of blaming others can indicate several different mental health conditions, including narcissistic personality disorder, paranoid personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and disruptive impulsive control and conduct disorders like oppositional defiant disorder, ODD. It can also be a feature of a more general victim mentality where individuals avoid responsibility by blaming external factors. There we go.
He refused to answer the question. He refused to say why his secretary never called me back or responded to my emails. He refused to say why I got no communication for 5 months. Finance department also refused to tell me why I didn't get any communication for 5 months. The lawyers for the city told me they didn't do the paperwork for the lien and the judgment, so they ain't got nothing to do with it. So I got about 5 more people I got to hit up, and then we're going to see about taking the city to court because this ain't going to. it ain't going to stop it. The mayor can stop it. The mayor can simply tell them, y'all need to stop, or heads going to start rolling out.
That's right. So listen, we got to take a break, and when we come back, you gave us. You said you had 3 points of your next steps. I think we heard one. We want to hear about 2 and 3, but we got to take a break, and we come back. We're back in the studio online with Dr. Umar Johnson, giving us an explanation about the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey School and the challenges that he's been facing with some of the officials in Wilmington, Delaware. You said you have 3 steps that you're looking to do. You told us about 1. What about 2 and 3 of going forward?
So 1 was we got to continue to pursue the negligence on the part of the city of Wilmington, Delaware, as well as the hostility and the discrimination that led to them trying to sell out schools without giving us any notice at all for 5 whole months since their last correspondence to us in the mail. That's 1. Number 2, Baba, we're almost done the Marcus Garvey Elementary School. All we have to do is lay tile down in the select few classrooms. Once we lay the tile down in those select few classrooms, we're applying for a certificate of occupancy based on the way that the city has treated and interacted.
It all comes back around because he telegraphed this whole idea that they weren't going to give him the certificate of occupancy. He said that years ago. He telegraphs all of this. He has plans already lined. It's not even plans, but he has excuses already lined up years in advance. By the way, there's so much more work that needs to be done. Mold remediation, painting on the exterior, IT infrastructure, electrical wiring that's hanging out the ceiling, ceiling panels that need to be put back up there. Molding on the side. When I say molding, I'm talking about on the drywall, not mold, but molding. All that needs to take place too. The list goes on and on. Doors need to be replaced. The list goes on and on and on with this guy. One of the doors, the front door, when you close it, there's a massive gap in it. You can see sunlight comes through easily. Okay, well, that's another issue that needs to be resolved. There's so many different issues. Okay, but Umar already has the excuse lined up so that if he actually puts in a certificate of occupancy, he may put one in and say they won't even accept it because I haven't paid off these. But I thought you said you paid all the bills off there, Umar. See, who knows? This guy, he lies all the time. He's a pathological liar.
With us since we purchased the school, I suspect that they're going to try to do everything they can to prevent us from getting our certificate of occupancy. I expect that to happen. I expect them to make a lot of problems for us. Just as think about it, Baba. If you got to go through all this just to get a vacant property registration fee waived, think about that. If you got to go through this for just a fee waiver, imagine what you're going to have to go through to actually get your certificate of occupancy. So that's the next big challenge.
Yeah.
How much are they going to discriminate against us? How hostile are they going to be? And how negligent are they going to be towards helping us get our certificate of occupancy? That and along with that, Baba, it could come before it or right after it, and that is the vacant property registration fee waiver for this year. That comes out November the 1st. We're going to apply for the 4-year waiver when we get the bill on November the 1st. How much?
Wait a minute, Umar. I thought you said you already paid that off. Didn't he say that? He said it before. Hit the 1. Didn't he? What's up, our guys, little princess? Didn't Umar say? We covered it a couple of days ago. He said that he paid that bill off, and he was mad because he says that the city said that he was in a payment arrangement. But he says, no, I didn't go into a payment arrangement. Paraphrasing, I didn't go into payment. We paid it off. Okay, well, if you paid it off, why are you saying now in the same video, you're saying that I don't even know what this, he was lying so much. Let me go back. now he's saying that he's got, no, this is what he's saying. I'll play it again, but he's saying that he's going to apply for the fee waiver. How are you going to pay so this retroactive? How are you going to apply for a fee waiver so that all the but it's not retroactive anymore. You've already paid them off. There you go.
You go through this for just a fee waiver. Imagine what you're going to have to go through to actually get your certificate of occupancy. So That's the next big challenge.
Hurdle, yeah.
How much are they going to discriminate against us? How hostile are they going to be? And how negligent are they going to be towards helping us get our certificate of occupancy? That, and along with that, Baba, you know, it could come before it or right after it, and that is the vacant property registration fee waiver for this year. That comes out November the 1st. We're going to apply for the 4-year waiver when we get the bill on November the 1st.
You can't apply for the 4-year waiver if you've already paid off the previous 4 years. Umar, what are you talking about? Now y'all see what I'm saying? This guy, he lies so much, it's incredible. You know it's bad when I start getting confused because I'm used to him lying, but damn. Let's keep going. Umar, he a trip.
How much red tape are they going to apply to us to try to prevent us from getting our 4-year vacant property fee registration waiver so that we be forced to pay that $12,000 for each property, which would be $24,000. So you got the vacant property fee waiver coming up, you got the LNI final inspection coming up, and you still got the due process and justice that needs to be served with regard to them trying to sell our schools behind our back without no notifications for 5 months.
Wow. So now, also, were you able to clean up the sabotage and vandalism at the school? I know you said they spread the paint around and stuff like that.
We working on it.
See, he doesn't answer directly. He says we're working on it. He's not doing any of that stuff. He's such a liar.
Yeah, okay. Good. So, Patrick, you had any questions for Dr. Umar?
Edward, what is the ancestral waiver?
I just want to say,
you know, when Patrick told me that he drove by the school and saw the doors, had the Ghanaian flag colors on the doors.
Yes, sir, because, you know, I'm
Come on, Patrick. Patrick been waiting. He need to clear his throat 3 or 4 times. Come on, Patrick.
in Ghana. I also have ancestry out of Ghana, among a few other countries, and out of respect, both Sajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and the outgoing president of Ghana, who, you know, was so gracious enough to give me that citizenship. It means a lot to me. And so that, and you know, with Ghana being the first country in post-colonial Africa to get its independence, you know, it's only right that one of the doors be in the flag of Ghana, and of course the other door in the flag of the Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Yes, I saw that and I was like, oh man. I stopped my car and look at it again. I was like, oh, this is Dr. Omar's handwriting.
Yeah.
And because
he painted the doors. Okay.
I knew that, hey, who put Ghana flag here? Because all along I didn't even know the school, and until I drove past there and I saw it, I was like, let me stop a little bit. Ghana flag.
You can feel the energy when you go by there. You can feel it.
Oh yes.
You can feel it. They're trying to stop our own people, brother. Our own people are trying to undermine and sabotage us, opening up an independent school for black boys that ain't going to cost the city a penny. That ain't going to. We are not a charter school. We are not a charter school. We are not a government-funded operation. This is independent, black self-determination. We ain't getting a penny from the city, a penny from the county, a penny from the state. Black people are going to operate their own school. And look at the hell that we're getting. We're going to provide a great service. And look at the hell we're getting for trying to provide a great service.
And Dave, if you know the location of the school.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah, Jermaine is a whole movie in narcissism. He really is. Yeah, he has extreme narcissistic personality traits all the way across the board too. We've talked about this in the past. Again, even him making all these excuses and blaming other people. That's an aspect of narcissism, and he can't hold himself accountable for anything. It's crazy. Thanks, Deuces.
It really the school is really in the right location for black people. No, seeing, because I've been in Wilmington for years and years. That building used to be a charter school.
And this is your first time going to go look at it? What are you talking about?
I used to actually teach over there one time. Yes. So it used to be a charter school. And so, and the location, when you talk about black people, educating black people, that is by far the right location
Well, maybe that's it, because it would be a hub in the community, and they don't want that hub established because the developers are trying to get that, so they want to prevent it from being established.
Gentrification plan.
That's it.
The school is just about
that's why they tried to sell the school out. I know it.
Right.
about half a mile away.
No, Tiffany, he didn't substitute. Homie Pat did not substitute. Okay, he was just delivering DoorDash. He said he worked there, but he just delivered. Let me stop. I'm being petty. Let's keep going.
From the prison, or from actually in between two prisons.
Wow.
In the city of Wilmington.
A beacon of hope.
Yeah.
Think about the logic here. A beacon of hope in between two prisons. One of them is a supermax prison, level 5. Y'all know that? There's a video where the alarm, because someone escaped and the alarm went off, and Umar's like, "Where's that alarm going wrong? Oh, somebody must have escaped." That's the perfect location to train and educate these black boys. It's in between two prisons. That's wild. What is? Excuse me. This is a shit show. It is too. It's two prisons. Let's keep going.
So it's the right place for the school, and I will really, encourage and pray that things go well for the school to really reopen.
Wow, that's great. So now what, Dr. Umar? You know it's a hard struggle.
Yeah. We in a war.
Yeah,
it is. It's nuts.
I need the people to stay ever ready and vigilant.
Umar, you sound like me. Umar sound like me. That's you probably been watching these videos too, but you know I'll be doing. But my thing is this. That was the long one. I wonder if we can count. Let's see how many.
Now what, Dr. Umar? You know it's a hard struggle.
We in a war.
Yeah.
I need the people to.
I think it was about 10 of them. Anyone catch it? I think it was about 10 of them. Maybe 9. Let me try one more time.
Now what, Dr. Umar? You know it's a hard struggle.
We in a war.
Yeah.
I need the people to.
I'm counting about. What do y'all think? No, Mr. Q, don't do that. It wasn't 47. I'm going with 9. You guys go. You guys, we're being so petty. This is so petty. You got, come on, y'all. Make sure you put what you think. So 8 or 9. Okay, VIP Arcade. LTK said 9. Yeah, we in a war. So was it 8 times 3? And Lighten said 7. It could be 7. Let's try. I see. Y'all all over the place. 11, 7, 12. What's up, Bobby? Bobby said 9. I'm going with 9. Okay. God's Little Princess says 6. No, it's more. It's got to be more than 6 because he goes for a minute. Let's go. Let's try one more time. We're so petty. Here we go.
Reopen.
Wow, that's great. So now what, Dr. Umar? You know it's a hard struggle.
We in a war.
Yeah.
I need the people to.
I think it's 9. I really think it's 9. Okay, one more. Last time. I'm gonna pause.
Now what, Dr. Umar? You know it's a hard struggle.
We in a war.
Yeah.
That's about 5 right there.
I need the people to stay.
Yeah, it's not. It's 9. I think it's 9. Someone said, yeah, it's 8 or 9. Someone said it's 500. It's not. I counted about 10. No, it's 9. I think it's 9. Okay. All right. Well, we're being extremely petty. I have to say that. But it is what it is. Okay. All right, let me do these last super chats, and then we got about 2 minutes left on this video. Let's see here. Where am I at? Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. No, I think I missed all of these. Okay, I'm way behind. Hold on one second. Someone said we appreciate 500 likes, but we rather have 1,000. Yeah. No, we're good on likes. We're over 900, so that's perfectly fine. Yeah, we're at 916. So listen, I'm not going to complain about that. You guys have been such a blessing. Thank you guys so much. Everyone who hit that like button. The rest of y'all trifling. Thank you, Truck Talk, for being a member for 2 months. Christina says, I don't want my principal on social media talking about anything other than the school or the community. Hit the 1. No, that's real talk. That's real talk. While taking off my glasses and leaning in my chair in my Lenin voice. Yeah. That's the thing is any other principal. Well, Umar's not a principal, but let's say that he opened up the school and he was. If he got online and was talking like this, and I'm talking about he was a legitimate principal, he'd get fired. He'd get fired right away. The way he talks, what he talks about, when he's yelling and screaming in the middle of the street, disrespecting black people, disrespecting black women, talking all sexual, perverted talk. Just think of it like this. If your child's principal was online acting like Umar, would you have a problem with it? If one of your children's teachers was online acting like this, or a counselor was out here acting like this and talking like Umar, behaving like Umar, would you have a problem with it? Absolutely, you have a problem. If the school psychologist that Umar claims he is, if they were online acting like Umar and behaving like Umar and talking crazy reckless, all this sex talk and crushing cookies and all this other stuff, would you be okay with that? No, you wouldn't be okay with that. And they would be fired right away. But for some reason, Umar gets a pass. It's just something for people to think about. Yeah, it's just crazy. Thank you, Christina. By the way, when do we ever hear Umar talking about the community in Wilmington? Hit the 1. When was the last time you heard Umar talking about what's going on in Wilmington? Programs that he's a part of, events that he's a part of, where he's participating, supporting, or throwing events. I'm not talking about block parties. No, that's not what I'm talking about. See, that's not there because he doesn't do any of that. But he wants to open up a school in Wilmington. Don't even make no sense. One other thing, if we think about it, when was the last time Umar talked about what he's going to do when the school opens? I'm talking about specifically what he's going to do. It doesn't exist. Why? Because he's not serious about opening up a school. I don't even think he's thought that far ahead. Christina, he doesn't even have a curriculum in 2025. He conceptualized this over 20 years ago, started and said in 2010 that the school was going to open in 2013, and he still don't have a curriculum. He raised the money for the St. Paul's College in 2014, which is 11 years ago. He still didn't have a curriculum. He's been sitting on these trap bandos for over 6.5 years, soon to be 7 years. And he still doesn't have a curriculum. He ain't serious. He's a con man. Thank you, Christina, for the super chat. Honeydew Brown says, you sleep in your mama closet, sitting on a mama couch, should be an upgrade, please. Yeah, I think that's one of the big things that Umar Johnson followers, they don't consider that Umar, he's been homeless since 2019. So when he doesn't have a hotel or motel room, where does he sleep when he's at his mama house? Now, Lene says he has his own room. Why would he have his own room at his mama's house when he's simply supposed to be the primary caretaker, and that's Section 8 housing? You see what I mean? You guys do realize that Umar's mother was facing the potential of getting evicted back in 2023, I believe. It could be 2024. Umar's supposed to be the primary caretaker, right? How does it get to that point? Well, Umar wasn't handling business. He's supposed to be the primary caretaker. It was the process of refiling the paperwork for the Section 8 to qualify for the Section 8. Why would Umar handle that business or help her to handle that business? He didn't do it. But somehow he's the primary caretaker who has taken over the whole second floor of Section 8 housing. Live streaming in the Mama Claus. He ain't done it in a long time, though, because we've been calling him out on it. Thank you, Honeydew Brown, for the super chat. What's up, D? That's all. Since he acting like missing a payment is no big deal. Well, like I said, I think in Umar's mind, he's been living like that for decades. I want y'all to think about his student loan debt. Y'all think he's current on his student loan debt? Hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. You think when he gets those bills over, because again, he was pursuing degrees for almost 20 years. You think when he's have to start paying these bills, the student loans off, you think he was current from way back then? No, come on, this is we're talking about Umar. So what I'm saying is, that's all. He's so used to not paying bills that not paying bills is not a big deal to him. Does that make sense? This sounds weird, huh? He's so used to not paying bills that to not pay bills is no big deal to him. And yet this is someone who's collected millions of dollars of Black people's money, and he's going to open up a school. It's not going to happen. He doesn't handle business. He doesn't handle money properly. He doesn't handle business. He don't pay bills. Thanks, D. That's all. Shout out to D. That's all. LTK says this is cathartic for Umar. Too bad for him. He's still going to pay after he's done yapping. One way or the other, he's going to have to pay. And it's actually possible, LTK, that this whole process is going to start all over again, because the city says that he went to a payment agreement. Well, what if Umar doesn't stay current on that payment agreement? What happens then? Well, then it'll go right back to that process, and then the documents going to be posted again on the door, and then it's going to start all over again. So that's what I'm saying. With all of this, it's really a stopgap for Umar because he doesn't pay bills anyway. He doesn't pay bills on time. So even if he's able to go into this agreement, even though he said he paid it off, but then he says he's going to apply retroactive. You can't apply retroactive to these bills if you already paid the bills off, Umar. He's such a liar. It's ridiculous. It's just this guy. He's ridiculous. It's like he lives in an alternate reality. Truly, like someone was saying earlier, like he gaslights. That's really it is what it is. It's a whole other reality he's trying to spin. But for Umar, he's so used to not paying bills that ultimately, what's going to happen? Well, he's going to stop paying these bills that for this agreement, this payment agreement. But guess what? And see, we're going to find out too, because November is right around the corner. If in November he has more bills or more fees that he's going to have to pay, then what? Because I thought he said it's going to be $24,000. So you're going to have to come up with another $24,000 in November so that these buildings won't go up to auction. It's just nuts. It's all a waste of money too. Black people's money, you donors. He's wasted over $300,000 of your money on bills for nothing because not one Black child has been educated. Over $300,000. It's going to be closer to $400,000 when, if and when these new bills come out in November. Thanks, LTK. All right, let me do these real quick. I'm Asian. Otherwise, I'd crash FD show. Here we go. Yeah. You've been doing better though with not doing the finger joke, so I appreciate that. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I got this one earlier. Thank you, Deuces. User55 says, "Why the king of Wakanda moonlighting DoorDash?" Listen, I was thinking about this today because we ordered out today. My younger daughter, because she had sprained her ankle like really, really bad, so she ordered out, and I looked at the bill, and it's expensive. I thought DoorDash supposed to be cheaper. It's still expensive. I said, "What in the world?" But the point is, I could only imagine with Umar how much money he's spending, donation money that he's spending on DoorDash, just on food alone each day. Over the last 11 years, tens of thousands of dollars easily. I mean, it could be over $100,000, real talk. Damn. 11 years? Yeah. $10,000 a year? Yeah. What? Closer in and around $900 a month? Yeah. It could be hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point because he's gluttonous. Anyway, thank you, user 225. Gamer, how's it going, Gamer Incorporated? Says, if respect these black leaders so much, I think you're saying if we respect these black leaders so much to name his school after them, if Umar respects these black leaders so much to name his school after them, then why the signage looks like graffiti art painted with crayon and finger paint? Yes. Furthermore, remember Umar said that it was going to actually say Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey. That does not exist. In fact, I don't think maybe he did. He didn't put any signage on the other side of the street. But did he put signage on the gym, the small gym? I don't think he did. I can't remember. I do remember him putting the signage up for what he calls the small school abandoned building. But in the Cook chat, do you guys remember if he actually had signage put up on the gym? I don't remember seeing that. Maybe he did. But the point is that he did the bare minimum, and that was to provide the illusion of progress. It wasn't anything magnificent or grand, because initially he was talking about how he was going to have the FDMG on this sign. It's going to light up at night and all this other stuff. You know, he got some little rinky-dink, no disrespect, but he got some rinky-dink letters that go up there, FDMG, and that's it. But that's Umar. Okay, he does the bare minimum to get the illusion of progress so that he can keep collecting money. Thank you, Gamer Incorporated, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Everyone else too. So thank you all so much. We're almost done here. Style by Shakira says, why hasn't Wilmington addressed his false claims? His defamation hurts the city's reputation and could drive away future business. Well, they may not know. They may not be following close enough. Because I think to them, Umar's just a bugaboo. You know, someone who, because they're dealing with all kinds of people who have properties in distress and what have you. See, Umar always feels as if people have to give him special attention and give him all this time. Lene talked about that. He would go inside, like a liquor store or whatever, and he just keeps asking questions to the person that, and it's like other people waiting in line, but he keeps going and keep going. That's Umar. He's like that. He feels as if the attention should be on him, that he should be given all this attention from everyone at any given time. Well, I think Umar's approach to the city was the same. He felt as if they needed to keep on trying to work with him, even though they already told him that this ain't going to happen like this and that you need to pay these bills, so forth and so on. So he decides not to pay the bill, and then you see where things end up. So I think that the city is probably tired of dealing with Umar. Well, I want people to think about this, that these bills started to accumulate back in February of 2019. Y'all think that the city didn't contact him in 2020 about these bills? They didn't? Highly unlikely. What about 2021? They didn't communicate with Umar about these bills? Highly unlikely. Extremely unlikely. In each successive years, it gets even more improbable that they did not contact him. They didn't contact him in 2022 at all? In 2023 at all? In 2024 at all? And then here we are in 2025. So, no, they've been contacting Umar and over and over and over again. And I'm sure Umar tried to, get hustle. He's a hustle man, trying to get a little deal, trying to get it done. They probably got tired of him. So at this point, Style by Shakira, it's probable that they're just through with it. They ain't trying to follow any of this madness or anything like that, unless it gets back to the city somehow. If one of his followers hears Umar's fanciful story, gaslit story, and they go up to Wilmington and they're talk about, and they go into the office talking about, hey, why are you doing this to Umar? He's a prince of Pan Africanism. He's trying to help the boys, but you guys are sabotaging and blah, blah, blah. Then they'll say, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? Then they might look into it and investigate. And then if they do that, then Umar, he has some serious problems. He would be facing some serious legal issues. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays itself out. What I think, Style by Shakira, I think what's going to happen is, I don't think the city is that it's something that they're even concerned about unless it gets to a certain level, but I don't think it will. I'm going to tell you why, because ultimately Umar is going to drop this. The whole narrative, he's going to drop it. Mark my words. Just like the narrative. Now, he may retell it later on as part of the Umar Johnson saga and all of the sabotage that he's dealt with. But in terms of talking about it as if, we need to go up here in March and all, so he's going to drop it just like he dropped how he was going to go after me and Lene for hacking his bank accounts. You see? Just like he dropped the whole situation with the vandalism. I need to go and look at these cameras in the video footage so I can find out who did it. You see? So it's the same thing over and over again. So with this, I think that's what's going to happen. It's going to die down. Umar, he's just going to drop it and people forget about it, but he will bring it up in the future as another example of how the sabotage and how he was persecuted, in this case by the city of Wilmington. All right, but again, we never know this Umar Johnson saga. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Style by Shakira. James says the FDMG federal detention of mother's guts. Oh my God, why? You didn't have to put that at the last. Don't put the mother's guts. That's not right. Okay, that is not right. I got to get that over there. Thank you, James. You wow. F Shoemake. You guys, come on. Clear a few things for Shoemakes. Please look in the chat. Clear a few things. I don't even know what you're talking about. And I don't be looking in the chat room, so this is old stuff. I apologize. Thank you, F Shoemake. Your name is just okay. And then User 55 says, "What's the one question you'd ask Umar Johnson if Umar called in?" The one question, and then we're gonna finish up. I don't know. That's a tough one. Just one. I'll say it this way: if there was one question that I can ask Umar, and he would have to answer on truthfully, I would ask him, "How much money have you raised for FDMG?" I got to leave it open ended. I don't want to say 2014, since 2014, because he was collecting money before that. I would say specifically, how much money have you raised for the FDMG Academy? That's what I would say. And if he had answered honestly, I don't even think he knows how much at this point, but he would have an idea. And I would propose that it would be more than $2.7 million. All right. I think you used it to 5. Okay, let's finish this right here. Just got a couple more minutes. Here we go.
Ever ready and vigilant in case I do have to make, because here's what I'm most concerned about. I'm most concerned about all three things, to be honest. I'm most concerned about not getting no justice.
Accountability.
Trying to tell the schools behind our back with no communication for 5 months. I'm concerned about them trying to not give us our vacant property fee registration waiver. I'm concerned about that because, again, this is the same woman who didn't respond to any phone calls or emails, right? So we know there's hostility there. It's the same woman who wouldn't process my vacant property registration fee waiver application, which is a letter. It's not an application. It's a letter. I sent it to her, and she's saying wait 2 weeks and send it in again. Why you can't just take this now? I'm ahead of the game.
There you go.
Accept this, and if you need the bill number, just put it on there. Like, why are you making it difficult to process my waiver? Because you don't want to give me the waiver. You're hostile. You're hostile.
If you can find
against what we're trying to do.
If
you know what I mean? And then, of course, the main thing, which is what we need to operate, and that is the final building inspection permit, the certificate of occupancy. That right there is the biggest of the three, although I would argue that all three of them are equally important because we got to get justice for what they just tried to do to us, sell the building without our knowledge. We got to get justice if they keep charging us these vacant property
He's delusional.
registration fees that's taking money away from renovation and operation. And, of course, if I had to anticipate a protest, Bob, if you said, Doc, something ain't going to go right, and what do you think is going to be that's going to require us to have to come to Wilmington and have a protest?
Yeah, this is a hypothetical reality for Umar. He's a delusional.
I would say it's going to be them not wanting to give us the certificate of occupancy because that's what actually allows us to operate, to use the building. You know, so that's going to be the biggest fight of them all. I'm hoping that the mayor steps in and tell these Negroes to stop being Negroes. You know, treat this man like everybody else. We work with people, work with him. We support other people, support him. Stop trying to find reasons not to help this man, because that's what they're doing. That's what all this, they have consistently
bills due for 6.5 years. We want to cut it out. Work with you.
Found reasons not to help us along in the process.
Well, again, if you find out who has their eyes on the building, then you could run right up to.
Yeah, he is. He's emphasizing the woman part, that this is these women somehow Crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. Thank you, Duty-5. Well, I tell you, Umar, he's something else.
Chain and see who is at
the
top trying to.
Yeah, pay your bills, boy. That's all it is. Just pay your bills.
Stop the process.
I mean, you know, just to be excuse me. I know that mayor very well. He used to be the governor of Delaware. He is fair. He is very fair, and so if you really talk to him about what is going on, I'm sure he is going to bring justice. He is going to call the parties involved, and I'm sure that he's going to make sure that he has a resolution to this. Because I know him, he is fair. I used to work with him.
Right.
Well, I wonder if we send out a request to do an interview with him and ask him these questions about why such hostility and why such delays and discrimination against somebody that's trying to do something for the growth and development of the children of Delaware. If he's so concerned, then maybe he'll come on this show and tell us why.
Well,
we can request him to do that.
I'm going to request a meeting with him ultimately. Yeah. But remember, I do want to, out of respect for that office of mayor, I do want to go through the chain. You feel me?
Yeah.
When I get to him, I want to be able to say, I already went through your
That's right. That's right.
He provided me no answers. I went to your LNI commissioner. He provided no answers for why he put my buildings up for sale. He provided no answers for why his secretary of vacant properties never responded to my phone calls or emails. He promised to get back to me and never did. Nobody.
Again, Umar, the adult thing to do, if all this is true, which I don't believe you at all because you lie all the time, is you should just went down there physically and handled the business anyway.
He has dealt with that, okay? And then I spoke with the city attorney. They said they had nothing to do with it. So there's a few other people in offices I got to go to. And then once I've exhausted everybody, now I need to have a meeting with the mayor to see if he's willing to do anything about this.
Okay, I'll take it.
And then there's some state-level offices I need to go. I want to make sure I exhaust everything so when we do have to drag them into court, when we do have to sue the city and ask everybody to come out and support us in the media and a whole big thing, which I don't want to do. I just want to operate my school. But if we got to do all of that, I want to be able to say nobody gave us any redress for our grievances. I need to be able to say that I went to everybody. And nobody gave us any redress. The chief of staff, no redress. LNI commissioner, no redress. Right? So now I got to keep going up the chain and see who else could have had their hand. Because there's other departments involved in the judgments in the sheriff's cell lien, including the sheriff. You know, so I'm even going to talk to the sheriff office and ask them what's the process and should I have been served before y'all put that monition notice on the door. Like what?
Umar, cut it out. Cut it out. Yeah, so someone said that there is a Umar Johnson, a family member in the chat. Just want to let you know that if you're ever interested in coming on to tell your truth or speak your speech, as Umar says, you're more than welcome to do so. You can always email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com, and I'll ask you some questions just to vet you to make sure you are who you say you are, and then we can push forward if you're interested in coming in on the show. All right. You're more than welcome. Hello, Barbara. This is Shirley. Says, why does he need a waiver in the first place? Good question. And yet he knew right away about the citation he got for the grass not being cut. Yeah, so he knows about the grass, but he doesn't know about this. It's another good point. See, so it shows two things. The second half, it shows that Umar is a liar. He knew that what was coming down the line. That's why he comes up with the story about his bank accounts being frozen. And Lene, she may have stolen his bank account information, and then his bank account was hacked, and all this other stuff. And the bank was against him too, because he's gone from talking about how the bank was against him and sabotaging him to now it's the city of Wilmington. Then in between it was me and Lene. Prior to that, it was the saboteurs at the abandoned buildings, and he needs money. There's other things too that he brings up. We're gonna leave that right there. So this goes to show you that no, they've been in contact with Umar, and I'm sure that they know about Umar well enough because he's not paying his bills, and so they're probably just tired of him. And then the other thing too, and this is a critical question, because ultimately Umar would not be in this position if he had a good answer to this basic question. Why does he need a waiver in the first place? Well, Umar, if he had paid his bills, he wouldn't be in this position in the first place. See, so all of the storytelling and the painting the false narratives and the lies and all this other stuff, this whole bizarro alternate universe that he's created for himself and is trying to get other people to buy into, all of this is unnecessary if Umar did one simple thing: pay the bills. And he's had 6.5 years to pay these bills. So even, like I said, even the story of his bank accounts being frozen means nothing, because the idea for Umar with the narrative he's painting is that's the reason why he didn't pay, because his bank accounts were frozen. No, way before the bank accounts were allegedly frozen, which I don't think they ever were frozen. Way before that, many months before that, in fact, Umar knew, and he admitted it during this particular video that we're watching. He didn't mean to, but he told the truth. He knew that all this was coming down the line, and it was only a matter of time. But he would not even be in this position, and being in a position to have to even lie, make all this. It's just ridiculous if he paid the bills in the first place. So therefore, to go along with this logic here, and thank you for the super chat, the critical question becomes, and this is really the question that Umar needs to answer: why didn't you pay these fucking bills in the first place, homeboy? And that's it. Thank you for the super chat. That's it. Let me see. User 225 says, Patrick clearing the Wakanda juice. Don't do that to Patrick. Don't do that to Patrick. I like Patrick. Okay, I'm Team Patrick. Real talk. Okay, thank you for the super chat. All right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Notices are required to be given to property owners before you actually, put that notice on their door. Because I believe there's no way you're going to convince me that it is perfectly legal and with an established ordinance and procedure to not communicate at all with a property owner for 5 months. And then out of nowhere on August the 5th, you get a judgment and put a sheriff lien on their building. Well, I'm having a hard time believing that.
Well, again, I think that once the school opens, it'll be a lot easier then, because whoever has their eyes on it will say, well, now they are too strong and there's nothing that we can do about it. But I want to thank you, Dr. Umar Johnson, for some clarity today, because there's been a lot of people, a lot of trolling going on out there. And like you said, you're numb to it.
Celebrating, Baba. They were celebrating.
Yeah.
They were doing house parties.
Oh, yeah.
They were so all over YouTube, man. They were celebrating. They was having parties and cookouts.
Yeah.
Celebrating the demise.
Parties and cookouts. What are you talking about, Umar?
Demise of Dr. Umar.
Yeah.
The demise of FDMG.
Yeah. They were talking about he's done. He's done.
Happy.
Yeah.
The whole nine, Baba. Listen.
I'm telling
only
you.
God knows if I win or lose.
That's right.
But nobody is going to deny that I wasn't committed to this agenda. Nobody's going to deny that the mission was not sincere.
Them hedging his bets. He know it's over.
And honest from the heart. I don't know what's going to happen. I got hostile Negroes in the city government of Wilmington trying to stop every ounce of progress. You know what I mean? We just going to keep on pushing, and hopefully the ancestors will be on our side.
Yeah, that's what he said, ladies. He talking about cookouts.
If you look at achievement in that city and them schools, it ain't that great. You feel me? They can use this.
That's
you know, you got some good principles out there. Don't get me wrong, and you got a lot of great teachers who can do something. But overall,
whatever.
Black boys can definitely benefit from FDMG, because what I'm bringing to the table ain't nobody else bringing to the table.
That's right, a whole new school system. But before we run out of time, how can people reach you if they want to contribute, donate, and or participate?
Well, for the donations, they can mail, check a money order, same address, FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. And they can hit the PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Again, that's paypal.me/FDMG Academy. If
nice
you're not
Brother
sure,
Patrick,
because you got so many fake profiles out there, just text me. Text my cell phone. If you need a consultation for your child, text my cell phone, 215-989-9858. That is 215-989-9858. If there's any attorneys out there who are willing to represent us, who are licensed in the state of Delaware, please reach out. 215-989-9858. Brothers and sisters in Delaware who are fighting against gentrification and need Dr. Umar's support to help you save your properties, I am a victim as well. Reach on out. 215-989-9858.
Thank you so much. Like I said in my post, now's the time to stand behind the brother. Don't be anti-black. Just reach out and help. I was saying that the people that were speaking the worst about you never even donated $1, but they speaking the loudest.
I don't answer questions no more, Baba. People are like, yeah, you don't be answering questions. I don't owe you.
I'm not gonna send no money to no scammer. I've sent money to other things. I shouldn't even be talking about that, but I have been. But I ain't sending not $1 to this clown. Father David, how much money you sent this month? I know Patrick ain't sent no money. Patrick ain't playing. But Father David, how much money have you sent this month?
Nothing. This is an independent school.
Yeah.
We don't live off tax money. We're not funded by I don't owe you no answer.
Yeah.
You ain't donated $1 and you ain't picked up a piece of trash outside that school.
Yeah.
I owe you.
Picked up a piece of trash? What you talking about, Umar? Why don't you go pick the trash up? Lazy.
Nothing.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Umar
Right,
Johnson.
Love.
Peace and love.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I just want to make this last point right here. Thank you for saying this here, Sunkissed Melanin. I hope Umar's mother gets the help and love she deserves. And I think it's apropos to close on that, because with all of these shenanigans, Umar continues to paint himself as the victim, but the true victim is his mama. And I want people to really think on that. Yeah, the donors got scammed, and Umar sexually exploited a lot of women out there. But for the last 7.5 years, Umar's mother has been suffering at the hands of Umar. That's a long time. So I totally agree. And thank you for saying this, Sunkissed Melanin. I hope that I'm going to read it as if I'm saying it. I hope Umar's mother gets the help and love that she deserves. Amen. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the live stream. Again, I said it before. If there's any Umar Johnson relatives, if you're interested in coming on, you can always email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. We had over 960 likes. So thank you guys for that. I appreciate it. Tomorrow, I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow. I normally don't live stream on the weekend unless Umar goes live. And if he goes live, then we'll see. Okay. I want to thank everyone. Hope you enjoyed all the shows this week. And this closes out the Labor Day mini marathon, which actually turned into a mega marathon. It's just extended through over the course of 4 or 5 days. All right. But you know how we do. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Thanks to everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Thanks to the mod for handling business. Cookie Crush chat's undefeated. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats during this live stream. If you sent in CashApp or PayPal, thank you for the support as well. I don't take that for granted, and I'm so appreciative. Okay, and I do mean that sincerely. All right, I got a brief outro for you guys. Here we go.
Our girls with the dress code at 5, 6, 7, and 8 years old.
Our daughters love being alone with men they don't know with their hot asses.
Thank you so much. So much. No. We all finished here today.
We finished today.
We are going to thank Dr.
Queen Mother, I got to give my quote from Frederick Douglass.
Go right ahead with Frederick Douglass. I'm sure that he would love to be quoted.
All right.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
All right. Don't disrespect me, Queen Mother.
No disrespect.
All right.
No disrespect.
Don't do that now, because I respect you as an elder.
We're calling out the ancestors to be here with us today.
All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Cookie Crush Chat's undefeated. FDMG's coming next month, next year, 2055. All right, y'all.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming, thought his personality be twerking, it's twerking.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Thank you, Ty, for the kind words. And everyone else inside the Cookie Chat, please enjoy the rest of the evening. If nothing happens with Umar over the weekend, we'll be back on Monday. Also have at least one video that'll go up. If we don't live stream, it'll go up over the weekend. I want to thank everyone for all of your support and for taking the time to tune in. Okay, I really do appreciate it. I hope you all had a good time. I know I did. All right, Cookie Chat's undefeated. I love y'all. I'll talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.